This workshop to order. The time is 12 noon. I would like to welcome you to the Superintendent's Workshop being held in the Joe N. Idelette Jr. TEC. I ask out of respect to everyone, please silence all electronic devices at this time. Also, if you have any material you wish to share with a board member, please give that to our assistant, Ms. Moray. And we take a break every 2 hours as needed. Before that, board members, if you need a break, let me know. And at this time, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of this meeting is to present items that will eventually, to provide updates and provide items that will eventually come for approval for the board. The first item on the agenda is our strategic plan update as well. And the second item is the Ed Fund. We thought it was timely to bring an update to the board. So I'm going to combine those two items and run through them together. So this time I'll bring up the presentation to provide it. This is, as a reminder, this is the last year of a 5-year strategic plan. Upon my arrival, this was the very first thing that we began to engage in working with the board as well as the community to create a strategic plan. We've had a tremendous level of success with this strategic plan. And as we come back in January, we're very excited to engage the board and community with what will be our 26 through 30 strategic plan. So the focus of these plans going into this last year, and I think it's important to note, this plan evolves over time. This is a plan that was set in place 5 years ago, but the theory of action behind the plan was to continually reflect within our current reality and make modification and changes in real time, keeping our 5 focus areas the same, but modifying our behaviors, create habits based on what we see across the organization. This year's 3 key areas to support our 5 areas of our strategic plan: innovative practices to optimize outcomes, increase collaborative cultures that promote the growth of all students, and engage in problem solving at every level of the organization. When you look at those 3 areas, key focuses, instructional and programmatic innovations are this year really trying to ensure the success that we've had. We're continuing to grow that success by not staying the same, but drastically improving what an experience in a Indian River School District school actually is like. Sustained instructional improvements, ensuring that the level of oversight and management from a district perspective becomes less because the behaviors and habits at school sites around instructional improvements have sustained. They are, in fact, habits in each and every single school. And then creating a culture of service. 3 areas that we're focusing in on this specific year. So when you look at instructional program innovations, that's innovation at the heart of this work. We all know about the Dodgertown significant amount of work in creating a STEAM park. We've had the opportunity to kick that off about a month ago. Pelican Island Classical Magnet School, that is off and running. Very excited about that, as is the community and school staff there. Capturing the work that's being done at Gifford Middle School in the Advanced Studies Academics. That was a program that was thriving many years ago. It is once again thriving again. And then very specific job-embedded professional learning to support innovation. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in the coming slides. If you look here, this is some of the bringing to life Dodgertown. Very excited to have that opening ceremony on a Saturday, about 3 or 4 Saturdays ago. And this was a truly at the school site innovation with the team. This isn't a model that's being replicated. It was thought up here, it was dreamed up here, and it's coming to life here at Dodgertown. And very excited about the attraction the STEAM Park is going to have. Pelican Island is continuing to recruit extremely well. We have partnerships across the state to ensure that we do this right, that it does have a solid instructional program that is grounded in the classical model. So we are very excited about that and just looking to continue to innovate across our system. And then job-embedded professional learning, if you were to look across our system, this has been one of the key ingredients to our district's success. Being the most improved school district in the state of Florida isn't something that just happens. It's not the work of one person. It is the work of many people. And we have been very focused on empowering leaders and empowering teachers to make the right decisions and supporting them as they make those decisions. And we are creating habits across the organization in order to ensure the continued success of our system. Sustained instructional improvements. These are some very focused things that we're working on. Shift from teachers on assignment to content specialists. That's Ms. Basura's team. We really wanted to empower them as problem solvers. They are all content experts in their field, and we want to take the authority and decision-making that those individuals should have and need to have to support principals and teachers. Shifting them to content specialists has really honored them for the work that they've already been doing. E2, empowering education in math, very succinct and specific programming in our mathematics in 7th grade. Those are students who are potentially going to be algebra students going into next year. Micro-credentialing for algebra teachers. We have to continue to work in algebra in middle school as well as geometry. We have extremely high passing rates for those students and those scores, and we're continuing to expose more students to algebra as in 7th grade when they hit that level 3. So we got to continue to hit them in 7th grade because we know in 8th grade they're going to be in algebra. Civics, job-embedded professional learning for our teachers. This is a crossed middle school collaboration where we're working with our teachers in civics. As you know, I said earlier in the year, civics is a key area for success for us in this specific year. In the art of problem solving, which is a guide that we use to drive professional learning for our principals, very transparent, putting all of the required information in one space for them to allow them not just to have information, but to use information to problem solve. So it really is facilitating a streamlined approach to give principals the information and content that they need in one space so they can problem solve extremely, extremely quickly. The implementation of this work, and this is just, I'm going to throw the slide in wherever I can, has been significant. So each of the last 3 years, we have outpaced all other districts in the state of Florida in terms of our academic growth. So this is a slide that we're very, very proud of, and we want to continue on that trajectory as we close out this school year. Sustained instructional improvements also come in the cost of finances. We have created a very comprehensive long-range plan to ensure that we are fiscally responsible with the dollars that we have. We just don't balance our dollars from year to year. We're making forecasts on enrollment. We're aligning the enrollment or our staffing needs to our enrollment needs in order to ensure that we continue to be stable financially. We have had 2 upgradings of our financial ratings since I've been here. Just about 2 weeks ago, Mr. Green released that we received our second improvement in our Fitch rating from negative to stable to positive over the course of 5 years. It takes about 2 years to get a increase, so the fact that we've had 2 in 5 years is absolutely outstanding. This takes you a little bit deeper into the art of problem solving. This lays out all of the information, gives principals, and this is a continuous improvement cycle that we condense into a grading period, whereas the state puts it over the course of a year. So when you look at why are our results growing faster than other systems, they go through problem solving over the course of a year. We go through it each and every single 9 weeks, ensuring that we are moving faster, thinking faster, and responding faster. We've also done a lot of work with our walkthroughs, ensuring our principals are, in fact, instructional leaders. This looks at some of the success that we have in our math programs, just great work there, and you're capturing our rate of improvement in each of the assessed areas. Culture of service has been something that we as a system have been very, very strategic on because within this specific year, we are competing for the right to educate this community's children. And we know one bad experience could turn off a family, and we want to ensure that there are no bad experiences. We know things are going to happen. We know that this is hard, complex work, but we want to create a positive experience, just not here at the district office, everywhere in the school system. So we're excited about what we are seeing. This is just another example of our customer service. One of the things that we're really problem solving on is transportation, making sure that we're 95% on time and dismissal. We created an app, the leadership of Dr. McMahon, which allows us to problem solve why buses may be late at certain times, and looking at all of the trips that they're taking, when they're stopping, when they're going in. We're able to track every single time a bus pulls into a school and then make modification or changes. So we're doing significantly work here. I think had 84, 87 drivers when I got here. The same number of students still use transportation today. Enrollment may have declined, but students participating in transportation has not. And we are down to about 12, 13 different routes, and increased the number of time that we're getting kids to school and back home. So proud of that work. And then service, this was a day just prior to Thanksgiving where we had the opportunity to get out into the community and give back to organizations that support our community. And it was just a day of learning for us. So we as a system want to continue to outpace, outperform, and preserve. When we say preserve is making sure we capture all of the great things that make Indian River County, Indian River County. We're not trying to walk away from those things. We're trying to embrace those things, while at the same time continuing to outperform all other districts in the state of Florida and outpace. And we know outpacing is looking at how we're going to innovate and transform education. As we begin, feedback to specific areas that we're focusing in on. And this is where I'm going to kind of transition into the Education Foundation. As you know, our foundation was incorporated about 6 months ago. And just last week, we received I received the Superintendent Shining Award for the state of Florida by the Consortium of Foundations for the State of Florida. And initially, I was like, well, that is absolutely crazy that we've only been around for 6 months, and we have the opportunity, this Ed Fund, to represent the state of Florida. And the reality is there's been a significant amount of work that's been done in the last 6 months to support public education. And we made a conscious decision to create our own foundation because what was currently in place wasn't going to meet our needs. And if we wanted to move as fast as we deserve to move for our children, we need to take the matters into our own hands. So we were able to recruit Ms. Knupp, who was the founding executive director for Chicago Public Schools Foundation, and it was a model across the nation in terms of foundation. So we were excited to put that in. Our key area is around two specific areas: innovation and leadership. Over the last 6 months, we've been able to create and organize with mission and a very, very driven, specific process. We've created the bylaws. We've gone out, recruited a board that is top-notch. We have Piper, the CEO of Piper, Marine Bank, and Northern Trust CEOs, all well-established individuals in our community who are going to be able to support this board strategic plan. This organization, although it was in its infancy stages, did support us in making sure that we were communicating the importance of our millage, which, as you know, passed at a 75% pass rate, which is absolutely a vote of confidence for our community. And as we move forward with this organization, almost $700,000 raised in its 6 months to support public education. I think that's absolutely outstanding. We're doing a number of projects and innovative things to build innovation and leadership in our community. And that's my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions board members may have.
Sure, thank you. Board members? Yes, Mr. Dyer.
I just have one thing, David. First, congratulations on all the accolades. I know that having met the team, that it really is a team effort. I mean, just from the teachers to the administration, it's just been terrific, so congratulations on that. But second, you know, one of the things that's really near and dear to my heart is early education, and I heard something the other day from Ms. Basura about third grade reading in third grade with a goal of 75% achievement, which is up about 12 points. And I think that's fantastic, and when we achieve that, it is really going to make a difference in our community. So one of the things that I would ask, that I would really like to see is, you know, I know we just measure third grade, but it really is kind of a K through 3 discussion. So at some point in one of your future presentations, could you guys go deep into kind of like the way this is flowing from kindergarten readiness all the way through third grade? Because we can't just do it in third grade. We have to have the whole progression. So I really would appreciate an update on that when you get a chance coming up and get the midterm data. And
typically I would like to have more meat on the bone in this presentation. Right. We are in the middle of our PM2 assessments right now.
Right.
So our schools starting tomorrow will dig into math. Some will do ELA this week and math next week, and then we'll spend the back half of next week not easing into the break, but each school will be working in creating a plan that is comprehensive to ensure they have every stone unturned to make sure that they hit the goal. I'll send out that data prior to the break for the board, but as we come back, I would be more than happy to share you. Here's where we are in K1 and 2. We have a very specific approach. I think one of the things that we have done strategically, even upon my arrival, is to say that we're not going to be, you know, solely focused in on the district grade or school grades, which you know are account 3rd through 5th. That makes up the entire grade, but we're really going to solve the problem. So some of the work that we've done in K1 and 2, we reap the benefits now in terms of really growing solid students. So I'd be excited to share that, as well as more data as this year, this calendar year closes.
Okay, good. Oh, Doc?
Thank you very much for the presentation, and congratulations to you and Ms. Knupp on that Ed Foundation Award. Very, very proud of the fact. And I think it was so important for you to make sure we had innovation as our goal. Because when we talk about this, again, we're fighting for our students. We think we're the best in town, and we want them to succeed. So I think that's important. You know, public education, the state and nation, where it's going, you know, I certainly want to protect Indian River County to make sure our kids are good. Question, if you don't mind, on the micro-credentialing in algebra, and I did talk to Ms. Hiller about that. What percentage of 8th graders are in algebra now? Do we have that anywhere, Ms. Baser or Dr. Moore? Okay.
But we can get it real quick.
Oh, that's okay. No, I just wondered because
probably around. I'm gonna make a guess.
Okay.
It's gonna be around 45%.
Okay. Okay. And you basically look at the level 3. That's okay. You can give it to me later.
I think you're very close, but through the chair, I will double check on that. The big difference around the micro-credentialing for algebra is that all students who are eligible, and eligibility is a level 3 or higher,
yes,
are enrolled in it.
Okay. All right. And I agree with Mr. Dyer, what he just said about early education. I know getting more of our preschools in our schools this year and making sure that they're getting ready for kindergarten, I think is number 1, a great recruiting tool, and number 2, it just helps the students adjust and just get ready for kindergarten. So I'm anxious to get going on the next strategic plan. I think the 2 components, innovation and leadership, are spot on. Thank you.
Dr. Pasca?
Yeah. First, excuse my voice and my cough. I'm a little under the weather today. But yeah, definitely I want to echo the congratulations and thank yous to the team who obviously, due to state recognitions and our school performance and everything, you guys have been performing outstandingly. And I would extend that obviously to the prior cabinet members who have since left us. So big thank you, and you know, job well done. And you know, I think the biggest thing, it was obviously an extensive presentation that covered a lot of things, but there's obviously still more work to be done with student success and improving testing scores ultimately, and then as well as monitoring and looking for improvement in the percentage of students who go on to get either a college education or a technical degree, and then what their dropout rates are. So just ultimately student success. There's always more work to be done. There's a lot of work to be done there. And then corollary to that is student, and I would say really parent retention is obviously something we need to look closely at, and just trying to reduce and mitigate, I guess, the consistent loss of students from the district, not only to protect the district and the way it's functioning, because if you do see a significant drop over the next 5 years, the district and the number of schools we need and all that could change substantially. So it's difficult to plan and project a system out with a moving target, really, with budgeting and students. So just working on student retention as well is going to be a big factor.
And I 100% spot on. I think as we come back in January, that's going to be a major focus of our conversation, the creation of our next strategic plan. And I've said, sitting at this table before, we know where we're losing students, and we lose them from 5th to 6th, and we lose them not as severe, but from 8th to 9th. So we have created a plan that was very specific and increase K-8s over the course of time. We may need to be more aggressive in terms of looking at K-8s. And I say K-8s, there's additional research to do, but at face value, in the conversations across the community, it is relatively clear that parents want a environment that may be different from our current middle schools. In the mid-year evaluation with our principals in our magnet schools, in Beachland specifically, talk explicitly to me about the number of applications or letters of recommendation that they're writing to go to a private school. It costs a whole bunch of money. And it's not because they're not satisfied with the product that they received in the first 6 years of educating their children. It's because they don't choose middle school, that structure. So I may be coming back to the board. I want to engage in the conversation with the board first, but we may collectively need to be more aggressive in our timeline of accelerating the creation of K-8s, which is a humongous statement to make because there's so many different barriers and obstacles that would need to be resolved. You just can't say, hey, you're going to become a middle school. There's significant amount of work in terms of seating and enrollment and shifts and boundaries that need to be done. But you are right. We are a 2-time A district. We are the most improved district in the state of Florida. We've improved or outperformed the state in every single assessed area. But at the end of the day, that's not enough.
Apparently.
It's all great. It's not enough.
Yeah.
We need to do more to keep kids, to make us as the #1 choice.
I'm confident you can do that.
Big, tall order. Thank you.
Mr. Rosario?
Yeah, so congratulations on all of the awards given to you. It was really nice to be there and to be able to celebrate that with you. And your entire team who showed up, so I'm very, very excited that we were able to see everyone at the Florida School Boards Association this week. That was really special. With regard to K-8s, I will say you won't get an argument from me. I have always been in favor of K-8s. I have always said that that should be the way to go. In fact, I've said it before, Fellsmere is a perfect opportunity to create a K-8. It's no secret that I have been a proponent of or a supporter of that idea, especially with what they have created in terms of their choice, the dual language. I've spoken with multiple parents who have said, we're spending so much time teaching our children, the children there, dual language from K through 5, and then in 6th grade, they're off to a middle school that's not going to pay attention to the dual language focus. They would rather keep their kids there and do dual language all the way through K through 8. It makes sense. Whereas if there was a STEAM elementary, they could probably find a middle school that has STEAM, but this particular school is so unique in their choice, in their attractor program, that I think it would be a great beginning if there were a beginning to have. Plus, that community, many parents want to keep their kids in their own community rather than bus them elsewhere. So yeah, you'll have my full support on that. The other thing that I was going to talk about was the Ed Foundation. So with the Ed Foundation, well, let me just follow up also on enrollment. It's funny that you mentioned enrollment, Dr. Posca, because I just had a conversation with Dr. Moore about this earlier. Did I say Mr. Posca? Dr. Posca?
Yeah, whatever.
Sorry.
It's good. I don't have a chip on my
Doctor,
shoulder.
doctor.
It's good.
And so I literally have the screens up from Power BI. I went on this weekend to take a look at it, and when I looked at it, I was pretty shocked, and then even more shocked after we talked earlier today. So the enrollment on Power BI as of December 24, 25 shows us, non-charters, shows us at 14,549. Dr. Moore actually confirmed that that's not correct, that we're actually at 13,970, which is tremendous as far as I'm concerned. When I started here 6 years ago, we were at 17,500. So the amount of the decline in enrollment is so critical as far as I'm concerned. I know Dr. Moore says he's not concerned about it too much, but I share your concern that retention of students is critical. And that's one of the reasons why the classical model is so important, so that we can actually build the interests of parents in the community to say, okay, I'm going to put my children back in because this is what they want. Something different, something new, something out of the box. Yes, you want to say something?
Yeah, you were correct, and I think I sat here probably 6-7 months ago, and I said in a budget conversation that we're going to be under 14,000 students. So it was a forecasted projection. I was hoping I would be wrong, but I was not. And I think the reality is, keep in mind, when I think of students, I think of FTE. There's number of students that are in buildings, and this is what you get funded for. So when I say 13,900, whatever, that's what we're getting funded for, so that's the truth. That's the money that we're getting for students. Our design in terms of budget puts us in we are fiscally responsible with the dollars that we have based on the projections that we have. I think one of the important things that I'm gleaning from what Ms. Rosario is saying is that we do need to be more aggressive in looking at different concepts and thinking completely outside of the box. And it could be very, very small schools that don't feel like a public school, but in fact are a public school. I think we have the ability between this board and obviously, yes, this staff, really to challenge the reality. It's just not STEAM. It's not going to be enough. K-8s, I think that is a good step in the right direction, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. When you're competing with micro schooling, which is going to explode, when you're competing with private schools who can have access to public dollars, you use the example of, and it's the best example that I can give as to why we need to think differently. Fellsmere would be a great place to have a K-8. We need the space. And we've been struggling with the space, and pretty much every elementary principal is going to come in here, and the end, and Ms. Christopher can tell you, they end every mid-year evaluation with, I want to be a K-8. They all want to be K-8s because they know.
That's good.
I'm like, where am I going to put them? But a private school went into Fellsmere. And what were they marketing in their very first year? They're in a portable. I haven't been in. I can't speak to the quality of it because I just don't know yet. But they are established. They are there. And they're going to continue, they're starting in middle school, the dual language program. And they're going to work backwards to add a K-8. So people are looking to meet a need that we're not meeting, that we need to meet. And I'm all about competition, but the guarantee this board gives is quality and accountability. Because if there's not quality, you're going to ensure accountability. So that's why I think we need to kind of put our reform on the fast track. But I just want to reinforce, it just isn't K-8s. It may be schools within schools. It may be little boutiques in certain aspects of the school. We really need to challenge ourselves, not to recreate something that's being done, but we need to look at who's taking our kids. And those may be opportunities to create programming. We'll always have to do accountability. We're always going to have to follow state statute, as we should, but we're going to be accountable to the end. I think there's aggressive thinking and the relationships are right for us to have those conversations.
Yeah, I mean, you all know I homeschool, it's not a secret also. And one of the reasons why homeschool is so effective is because of the smaller environment, because they have these co-ops or like you said, the micro and the mini schools are also in homeschool environments. But yeah, I mean, and one of the other things that is unique in homeschools for homeschoolers is that they're not tied to grade level curriculum. So you can combine a 6 and a 7 and have a curriculum that actually teaches 6th and 7th graders in the same classroom. If you combine those, you might be able to create less need for space, you know, whereas if you had 3 classes, 6, 7, and 8, here if you combine, you might, I don't know, just thinking out there, you might be able to come up with something where you don't need as much space. But anyway, so I trust that you all are going to have those conversations and come to us at the right time. So let me just switch a little bit to the Ed Fund. So on Thursday, I don't know if you all have been able, I know I talked to Ms. Knupp about this on Thursday, I think it was, Wednesday. On my way up to FSBA, I heard a commercial on one of the local radio stations, and it was an Ed Foundation commercial. It literally said Ed Foundation. It was Indian River County Ed Foundation, even though I know we're Ed Fund. And it mentioned everything that we do, all of the after-school activities, the before school, and at the end of the commercial, it said we even partner with the Learning Alliance. And like, you know, commercials are only just, what, less than 30 seconds, 60 seconds. So it was so quick. And when I heard the Learning Alliance, I'm like, oh, that must be us. And it turns out it may not have been us because we didn't really have anything to do with that. So I don't know who that was. I mean, if somebody had something out there that was, you know, plugging our Ed Fund somehow and we get the benefit of it financially, then great. But if we didn't do it, I think that we should have commercials, right? Because it was so effective and it really caught my ear rather, to the things that the Ed Foundation, what it was and what it did. And of course, if you wanted to donate to it. So I don't know whose Ed Foundation that was. I don't think anyone actually found out. I didn't even remember to look at which station it was. I'm gonna say it was Christian FM, but I'm not sure. So it was the local one, yeah.
I'll find out. I know staff is like, it wasn't us, but
Yeah.
I'll get some info.
Yeah. And then the other thing with regard to the Ed Fund, so it's not $700,000 that was donated. It was actually so far $764,755.23. I don't know where the 23 cents comes from, but so that's fantastic. It's wonderful. It's great. I just want to reiterate, though, that the purpose of the Ed Fund, the Indian River Education Fund, according to the bylaws, is to operate exclusively for educational purposes in alignment with our district priorities. So I just want to make sure that we are going to do exactly that. I do not personally think that the political advertisement that was sent out, which costs the fund $51,000, more than $51,000 at Ironside Press, that's, to me, not for educational purposes, even though I know you're going to argue, well, it's for $60 million. Yeah, I get that, but we didn't have that money before. If we did not have this fund, where would that come from? That would come from someone in the community who'd be able to pay for the political advertising. I'd like to see these funds, and we've talked about this, literally directly impact classrooms. That's what the purpose of the Ed Fund was supposed to be for, not for some of this other stuff, not for posters, not for some of the things that have nothing to do with classroom activity. This fund was supposed to supplement everything else that we can't in those buckets of funding that we receive that we can't use. And so I just want us to be reminded of the purpose of the fund. And you are not, as superintendent, even though you sit on the board, you are not a voting member on that board. So I just want to be careful to protect you and not to have a vote on that. You have a voice, but you don't have a vote. So I just want to make sure that you're not directing the fund to use their funds the way that they're using it. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is, so I went on the website, and we've talked about this, and it still hasn't been taken care of. So here it is at a public meeting. The June 20th, so the Ed Fund, for the purpose of the public who's listening, they function according to Sunshine Law. And according to Sunshine Law, any meeting that happens has to be publicly noticed, and the agendas have to be public, and minutes have to be posted for those. So the June 20th meeting, there is no minutes still. So I don't know when the minutes will be posted for it, but there are no minutes still.
I'll follow up.
Okay. September 4th meeting, the agenda's there, but there's no documents and no minutes, sorry. Okay, September 4th. On the September 4th agenda, there were 3 things that were on there that I had questions of, and it said discussed gift acceptance policy, admin fee policy, and investment policy. What are those policies and why aren't they posted under the documents tab so we can see those?
Just recalling the conversation wasn't necessarily policies, it was discussion or theory of action as the board is initially forming itself.
Right.
So there was no policies in which to review, but conversation and dialogue to have. In consideration, do we have to look at those specific areas? So
Okay.
if a product is created, I'll share.
Okay, but that could have been captured in the minutes, which there are no minutes. So that's where the question comes from. If there
Okay.
were minutes, it
Fair.
would kind of, we'd be able to see that they aren't actually policies. The other thing, November 13th. November 13th agenda, there is no agenda. The November 13th meeting has the December agenda posted on it, not the November agenda. So even though there is a November 13th meeting, there's no agenda. I know she's shaking her head, she's listening, so
We'll get
that's
it.
okay. All right. The December, and no minutes. So no agenda for that one and no minutes. December 10th, there is an agenda, no documents, no minutes. So when I go back on this, and I look at these, so the agenda, I look at the agenda. If I look at the minutes, I'll be able to see when this political advertisement was discussed and when it was voted on. Who voted on it? When did it show up on the agenda? There's no indication on any of the posted agendas that this was even discussed, to spend $51,000.
Through the chair, it was discussed, and it is captured in the minutes. The minutes are available. The board, approved $25,000, and the rest of the funds to come through donations. So as you just referenced, yes, That money would have came from somewhere. That's exactly what happened. Went out and individual donations came in to cover the cost of that. So it wasn't money being taken from kids. It was money specifically being given to support that specific initiative, which is the millage.
But you do understand that without the minutes and without this item on
No,
the agenda, there's cause for question.
And that's absolutely fine, and I think that's part of your role. But at the end of the day, it is completely transparent. Minutes will always be available. Now, if it's the posting of agendas, I think it's important to note, this is a one-woman show. And the volume of work that has been done in 6 months is astronomical. We are at a point that no one thought we would be at because of the around-the-clock work that has to happen. So I'll give a little bit of grace and some clerical mishaps, to be very, very honest with you. But the quality of work, the quality of those individuals is really above approach, and we'll make sure that we post those things.
Well, I agree, which is one of the reasons why you and I have been talking about this now for, I think, 2 months. But still, I mean, as of June, a June meeting, there are no minutes that are posted. So it needs to be posted.
Minutes need to be available. In terms of some of the content or conversations that they're having, they're going to be talking about individuals, money, finances. They'll always be available, always be provided, but I'll have that conversation with the board. Mr. Dyer is the representative for the board. So as you're listening to this conversation, any information you would like to take back to them to represent the board, I think would be a fruitful conversation for them to have as well.
Well, again, they're subject to sunshine. So according to sunshine, minutes have to be posted in a timely fashion, okay? The other thing is the district found, now we have interesting, when we approved this policy, which is 9215, the district support foundations organization policy, what I found just recently, maybe about a month or two ago, was that we have a district foundation policy called 6670. You got, what?
We have two
We have two what?
policies. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Separate from that one?
Yeah.
6671?
Yeah.
What's the other one?
9215?
No, that's the one that I just mentioned.
Okay.
So we approved 9215. 9215 was for the direct support organization. That's the one that, yes, that's the one that we have, that we know, that we approved, and bylaw, all that good stuff. But there's another one that we have
Which is two.
called Policy 6671, and it is titled District Foundation. I don't know why it wasn't brought up or why, it must have skipped us somehow, all of us, everybody. But it is there. There's not too much that it's a short policy. There's not too much that contradicts our current one, but I'd like you to pull both of those up, and if we need to just, repeal the 6671, we don't need.
Right.
I mean, we're just policy heavy. We don't need all those policies. So if we could take a look at that, and if you can bring back to us a report. I think there's like one or two things
Yeah.
in the district foundation one that I like, that I don't think is in the
Right.
9215. But yeah, if you can bring that back to us,
Thank you.
that would be, so with that said, I think that's all I have on the foundation. And again, congratulations on all the monies that have been raised thus far.
Okay. First of all, Janet, congratulations on all your hard work. And I was there all the way until Friday for the FSBA conference, and she extended a wonderful offer, because I was there on Friday, to go to the consortium's meeting, and they had a tour of the facility where they were. So I drove all the way west. It was a long drive home. But I was so thankful I did. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that tonight. I'm going to add a discussion item about it because it was something that I had studied when I was working on my master's degree. It's very similar to microsociety, which is what I gave to Imagine Schools and when they opened. But what they have done there is just phenomenal. And thank you for all the money that you've helped raise, Janet, and for the award. That was wonderful. And it was really nice that they were so thankful that some board members actually came to that meeting, so that was nice. One of the things that you have on the strategic plan is innovation for math and for civics. And interestingly enough, what I saw there is the innovation for math and civics. So I can't wait to kind of share with you what we saw there, which was amazing. So it's kind of the future, it's the focus, and they're doing it already in Pinellas. One of the other things that they do there is their pre-K focus. So they have a very strong pre-K. Their kindergarten scores, their readiness scores are through the roof. So that's a really nice thing to look at as well. You mentioned multi-age classes, Ms. Rosario. My son was in a multi-age class at Dodgertown. And so that was years ago, because he's in his 30s. And we had several multi-age classes at Dodgertown. I've taught a 4th, 5th class. So it's possible, it happens, and it was really nice. There were 2 teachers that paired together and taught multi-age. And it worked out great. So thinking outside the box is always great. Another thing to think about is adding 6th grade to the elementary and possibly making a boutique high school 7-12. So that's another possible. And you know how I feel about K-8s.
Yes.
We are losing a lot of kids from that 5th grade to 6th grade. And parents are scared. They hear stories about, you know, these big middle schools and how scary they are. So either looking at boutique middle schools or looking at doing something innovation, or even boutique K-8s. You know, that's a possibility. I like all those ideas. Thinking outside the box for all kinds of parents and surveying parents to say, you know, why aren't you in the public schools? You know, tell us what we need to do to help and be a better, you know, forecaster of what we want to project to do. Not just think we are understanding what parents want, but listening to parents and getting what they want. So I think those are things that we need to start doing. So thank you for all that.
Thank you. Now, the next items is going to turn it over to Mr. Green, and he is going to present C all the way up to through K. It says Dr. Jacobs, but I'm going to ask Mr. Green to present that. And just as a reminder, we do have policy review, which typically, when we do policy review, we put it at the front of the agenda, so we do got a big hefty item towards the end of the agenda. So just saying that as a reminder. Go ahead, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Dr. Moore, through the chair. So item C on the agenda, as we have briefed previously, is a CMAR, or a Construction Management at Risk Agreement with Remnant Construction. As you're all very familiar, we had the Jimmy Graves Community Complex, and there were 2 phases to that, a 1A and a 1B. The 1A was the track with the shot put and all the various things that are there. That's already in place. This portion, we had to go through some St. John's permitting, some retention pond stuff, some other things that we have gone through. This is phase 1B, which will be the site work, which will allow the inclusive playground to be installed. We already have that equipment that was purchased. And then the stands, the seating, the concession stands, and the restrooms. So this will allow us to move forward and complete that part, so the track will be functional. The inclusive playground can be installed. As we've talked about before, this is funded through really a 3-prong effort, and that's a fixed capital outlay that we were granted around $3.4 million, of around $1 million from the city of Vero Beach, and then private donations that came through for those. So this is to approve a construction contract with Remnant Construction to do the remainder of that work.
Chair Barron. All right, just one question. So what is the final date of the Part 2 going to be finished?
So the final date, because it's probably a 10-month project, would be probably September of next year. But, you know, we are looking at getting site work done, getting stands in. As you remember, you approved GT grandstands at a previous meeting so we could move quicker So that the goal is to hopefully host some type of a smaller event later in this spring. We might have to bring some restrooms in to do that and food trucks or whatnot, but to be able to celebrate that in some way this spring, and then the final completion, final should be around September.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Anyone else?
Yeah, got one
Mr. Dyer?
question. On that, I noticed that the budget was $4 million and the contract is for 3.5, and it's a fixed rate. So just out of curiosity, since this is phase 2, did the contractor perform without lots of change orders? And were we happy with the work in the first phase? And did he perform on budget and on time?
Yes, absolutely. And what you're approving this evening, which will go, is also a guaranteed max price
Right.
for this evening of the 3.4 million. So yeah, we wouldn't be moving forward with them if they didn't come in on budget and on time.
Terrific.
Anyone else? Okay.
The next item on the agenda, which should be D, is the approval of the renewal of the contracting and consulting agreement with Aon. Aon is a global, they help mitigate risk through insurances and other financial advising. They help us with our self-insured health insurance fund, our employee wellness center. They do all of our reporting, our 112 reporting, our financial statements. There's a list of things that they do to support the district, and they attend our HITEF, our Health Insurance Advisory Task Force. In 2010, the board approved a 3-year contract that had 3 one-year annual renewals. This is the 3rd and final annual renewal of that contract, and staff recommends approval. There is no direct cost to the district, meaning it's not a per pay. They are reimbursed through commissions of vendors who they use and leverage and support. So that's a more of a commission base through those vendors that pay them directly.
Anyone have a question?
Good on that one.
Good.
The next item, E, is the review of the charter school annual financial report. So as a component unit of the school district, meaning their financial statements are relevant since we pass funds through to them, they are required, as we are, each year to conduct financial audits. So they go out and retain the services of an independent auditor or CPA. They go through their books and they report their financial statements. So what'll be on the agenda this evening are those from those CPA firms and those independent auditors, the results of those audits. Overall, I can tell you, so similar to audits we get as well, there are 3 kind of levels. There are deficiencies. So a deficiency would be something that in the normal course of a business, if you didn't address this through internal controls, something might slip by you, a deficiency. If those deficiencies are to such a level that there is a probability that a financial misstatement would occur because of it, that would be a material weakness. I can tell you that none of the charter schools had any material weaknesses or sufficient deficiencies reported in their audits. Their ending general fund balance, reserves, Indian River Charter High was 87% fund balance, St. Peter's was 4% fund balance, North County Charter was 83%, Sebastian Junior Charter High 47%, and Imagine 45%. And no fraud or material misstatements reported in any of the findings. And it's an annual requirement for charter schools to submit.
Mr. Dyer?
Yeah, I had just a comment on Indian River Charter High School. They had a very robust management discussion in that one that really told you a lot about the school. And having visited that school and seeing their arts program and their Cambridge programs, I think that they are doing a really terrific job, and it ought to be noted for that. Again, no material deficiencies, and I know that they are looking forward to some capital that will be coming their way. I also would note that North County Charter did have a deficiency in control that was corrected.
From the year prior that was
Yes, from the
corrected.
year prior, that had to do with their reporting. So other than that, looked like a pretty good bill of health, but wanted to call out Indian River Charter High for their discussion and for the work they do.
Thank you. And North County Charter did have their board address some policies to
Right,
address
I saw that. Yeah, great.
Yes.
Mr. Green, did you say 4% fund balance for St. Peter's?
Yes.
Is
I
there,
believe it was a $37,000 fund balance, and it's around $1 million general fund budget, so
okay.
It's, law says you have to have at least 4, right?
for our school district.
Yeah, I'm wondering about
So these are
charter
individual
schools.
schools.
Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Anyone else? All righty.
Item F, similar since we're on audits, are our internal audits. So just to be clear that this is not the same as the budget you approved on September 9th. These are the internal accounts within the schools. Money's collected through athletics, for yearbooks, for various issues go into specific bank accounts. Some of that's invested through Florida Prime. Each school has their own bank account. They then manage the collections of those. The reason that we do internal accounts audits is to, make sure the financial statements are presented properly, but also they pull samples to test internal controls. We have an internal control manual that they follow, so they pull samples to say, are they following the internal controls? So within those audits, those are all of the schools as well as the district. And you got a memo on that. This year, there were 3 schools departments with only 1 audit finding. That was the district office, Sebastian Elementary, and Pelican Island Elementary. And there were 5 schools with no audit findings: Treasure Coast Technical College, Oslo Middle School, Treasure Coast Elementary, which happened to be their 2nd consecutive year in a row, Citrus Elementary, which was also their 2nd consecutive year in a row, and Indian River Academy, Liz Geoffrey, this is your shout out, by the way, which was their 3rd consecutive year in a row. And we,
Great job, Liz.
I might get a shirt next, but we leverage her. So as you go through there, you will find various recommendations and findings of when following, deposit things within the 5 business days, or how they handle and cash 2 people counting. No material weaknesses or deficiencies, but things cited around internal controls that can be strengthened to ensure that, monies aren't disappearing or fraud happens. Since that time, we've conducted 2 large-scale sessions with all of the bookkeepers' trainings. We use Liz Geoffrey as a trainer now to help other people. We have also met with all of the principals and gone over their last 3 years of findings for each, because some of them may have had a different bookkeeper, some of them may have been at a different school. So we've met individually with every principal and gone through those. And then myself and Ms. Krista Foley and Ms. Coatman have worked with every school and every bank, because every year, it's not a finding, but it is a recommendation that says your bookkeepers do some things, such as collecting monies and depositing and using, and they're check signers on the accounts. So we have been working to remove those as check signers on the accounts through those banks. We are down to 2 schools, I'm glad to tell you. It's 1 bank, and that bank requires everyone involved to show up at the same time on the same day with their licenses. So we are scheduling that meeting, but all other schools besides these 2 have had their bookkeepers removed, and that will occur before the 1st of the year, and we will not have that finding in the future.
Anyone on this?
I got just
Mr.
a real
Guy.
quick one. I mean, those accounts are 3.6 million when you look
Yes.
at all the clubs and everything, so it's not, immaterial, a small school one, and I'm glad that you found the deficiencies, but it kind of raised a question for me that I don't know the answer to, and we can discuss it later, but is there an internal audit function for the district, that we have our own internal auditors? $400 million budget, it's, I'm wondering if we're getting to the size that we need to consider something like that, just for future. We take it off, but it just kind of jogged my memory on that.
Yeah, that's something we certainly can
Yeah.
look into.
Anyone else? Okay, I have one. 2 months ago, I asked you for the individual athletic budgets. I still haven't seen them.
You deferred that to me.
Yeah. And the reason why is because I had some parents call and say, you know, they're wondering why certain sports get so much money, other sports don't get as much money. There is a Title IX that says, you know, we need to distribute funds evenly. So just like to double check and make sure we're doing that.
Absolutely.
Could all the board please get those budgets? For
And-
both high
and-
schools?
Yeah, and just to be clear, that, comes out of their discretionary budgets, and then they're able to use their internal accounts or other athletic funds for various things as well.
What we want to know, what I think I want to know is, how much each sports team is getting, and then look at a per student allocation type thing. Are we being fair? That's what we want to know. I want to know, and the parents want to know. And then, can we do it for middle schools too, since we have middle school athletics? Thank you.
Can I add to that? Just a little bit of, you can do with it as you wish. I'm not in disagreement with what Mrs. Barenborg is asking for. There was a concern, and I know, and I have a feeling what's going to come back to us is, well, individual schools get to choose how much to give each individual sports depending on how many students are in it. I get that. That's going to be obvious. That's going to be, clearly if you have a sport that has 4 students versus something that has, 40 students, that's going to be quite different in terms of budgeting. What I'm interested in, and maybe you can add this to the request, is not just the budget portion of it, but I'd like to understand the decisions that are made. So a bowling team, for example, who is required to have those students travel, not just locally, but out of our county for competitions, is not provided a bus, is not provided transportation. And where parents have to be responsible for doing the driving of those students, that's a safety issue, especially when it is a school-sponsored event. Yet those students were denied that opportunity, and of course a parent was very concerned about it. It has since been resolved, but that shouldn't have been the place. And I think budgeting had a lot to do with the reasoning before the issue was fixed. So those are the things that I'm interested in. So if you want to, however way you want to present, collect the information and present that, I think what is fair is fair. I understand the numbers, that's not the issue, but when it is a school-sponsored event, I think it is incumbent upon the schools to ensure that they're budgeting properly so that those kids get the transportation to and possibly from. I don't understand the from. I think a lot of parents come pick them up, but at least to, and if possible, from the sporting events.
So through the chair, we'll provide the information, but Kelly's going to give me a number. You all just, I don't know, you need to be reminded, but the commitment that you all make in your budget to extracurricular activities with the dollars that we are provided, I'm going out on a limb here, but I kind of live out on a limb, is significant. I think it's more than any other district. Middle school athletics in a lot of counties just does not even exist. If you look at the bands, if you look at the volume of dollars that we commit to making sure we have that overall experience for our students, and that's when I talk about preserve. That's one of the things that we need to preserve because it's not the norm anymore. But we'll provide that information. But I think you should be proud of the commitment we all have collectively made to provide those experiences to our kids.
Ms. Barenborg?
Yes, go ahead.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Rosario and Ms. Barenborg, for mentioning this. I think you'll see when you look at budgets, especially internal, that the activities are getting money in, whether it's football tickets, volleyball tickets, and so forth, pretty fluid. And then it makes a difference is who's getting uniforms this year. I mean, what you're going to put your money in. And I think I'm still sure that the principal and AD work together on that. But I will tell you the the budget that really hurts them is transportation. So if we can get a little bit more money there, so we don't have our parents driving, or we don't have that kind of things, because first thing I think of is liability if something happens. So, but these budgets are very fluid, depending on fall, winter, and spring sports. And from what I recall, they are abiding by Title IX, and I believe that is true. But again, these are fluid, and I think most of us know that football will support a lot of the other teams. I mean, you don't make money in track. You don't make money in bowling. You don't make money, you might make a little bit of money in volleyball, but then you pay your refs. So you could see we have done a great job in River County with helping with that, because I think all of us know, whether it's band, athletics, chorus, keep our kids in healthy activities. So whatever we can do to help, I'm there.
Through the chair, the next item is item G, contracted services for roof replacement projects. So we have 2 large roof replacement projects coming up. This is through a intergovernmental cooperative purchasing agreement. It is a full roof replacement at Osceola Magnet. So that's take down the type of membrane they have, seal it. You're talking about making sure your building envelope that keeps moisture in and out, that has to be replaced, as well as all that metal fascia that you see around that's colored on those schools, those type of schools, that is included, and that's roughly $2.4 million. And we have the Vero Beach High School boys and girls, the gym and the locker room area. Those 2 projects will be starting soon after approval for a multiple of reasons, and those will be done in the evenings. Number one, there's not enough time to do it just in the summer when school opens. We have summer school going on. Number 2, now's the time to do it from temperature and weather standpoint. The summer is the rainy season. So those will be evening projects that will be managed from now through the spring for those 2 roof projects. And those are funded out of your capital plan, and that was approved.
Anyone else? One thing I've noticed, one of the projects that was going on, I think it was Glendale, there was a temporary gate there issue, so just make sure that we don't have any security issues.
Okay. Through the chair, the next item is H, and this is a construction management at risk contract with Bill Bryant. So at Treasure Coast Elementary, you'll be aware that is our special needs shelter. Although we have a generator there that doesn't run the entire school, the county also brings in a separate generator for people on life support. So it's a fragile center with a lot of infrastructure. One of the things that this board was granted through the Division of Emergency Management was just over a $500,000 grant to harden that building. So if you go by Treasure Coast Elementary and you look up on kind of the mauve color area, you see those small windows, and what is it? I don't know, red, mauve. They keep the clear plastic shutters because you have to have a lift to get up there to put those shutters on and off all the time. So those windows will be replaced with impact windows so that we won't have to do that. Everything on the ground floor will be the accordion type hurricane, be able to close them up and lock them, except for the rotunda area, which would be replaced with impact resistant material as well. This is funded through a grant, and since it's involving windows, it will be done over the summer. The cost is a guaranteed max not to exceed $528,194.43, and is funded through that grant through the Division of Emergency Services.
Anyone on this? I have one comment, and that is, did you know that Brevard Schools does not use any of their schools for shelters? Brevard uses all their county facilities for their shelters. So when an emergency happens, they don't have to delay school coming back in because they don't have to clean up the schools and come back. Have we had conversation with the county about, now they have this administration building that they didn't have years ago. They have the IG Center. I'm not sure if that's hurricane-proof. But they do have some other facilities that, can we ask them at least to share some of this responsibility so we don't have, like our Flick, being used as that shelter that it takes a long time to clean it up?
So just sitting in those emergency management meetings, I don't think they have the ability to staff them, nor do I think they have the facilities across the county that would meet that need. And as big of a burden as it is for us. I think you sound like a few good men. You want us running those shelters for our community. The work that our principals do and doing it. Now, I don't know, I think the IG Center I think that's the only one that they would have. But how they would staff them, I honestly don't know. I don't know.
But it's a partnership that we have with them, right?
Oh, we have a
So we can possibly staff
outstanding-
it. I'm thinking of our facilities and how long it takes to clean them up, and then we delay school a day or two.
So we do a really good job. That was, and Mr. Teskey knows how I am. We're going to open up schools immediately as soon as we possibly can. The one variance we're always going to have, which is the school we're referencing, Treasure Coast, because it takes an extra day for them to get out, but we created a protocol for that as well. So we will move all of the materials and equipment to one specific place in the school because they have to come and pick it up so we can continue to have school. So we will not, as this district has done in the past, let the entire district sit home for an extra day because they have to clean or remove materials or resources that are spread across Treasure Coast. So we have a plan in place so we won't miss any additional time other than the traditional cleaning.
I understand, but I think it's worth a conversation
Oh,
to
yeah,
have
I
about the
mean-
IG Center at least. So, at least we have another facility like the Flick. I'm thinking the Flick, because that one, I've been in that shelter and done shelter duty in that shelter.
Yeah, no, and a piece of that falls on me as well, or as a team, is that the most appropriate place to have a shelter? Are there other locations? Oslo is right down the street. So we do an after-action review, which we haven't had this year yet, because, is hurricane season really over yet? But when we do that, those are the conversations that we do have.
Okay, because I'd like to at least throw that out there, that we need to talk about that, especially when I find out that other districts don't use their schools at all.
Thank you. Through the chair, the next item I is a form agreement, contracted services for replacing the stadium lighting at the Citrus Bowl at Vero Beach High School, as we've discussed. The lighting there is aged. It is in a coastal environment and has been found to have corroded the cross beams and the connectors. As a precautionary event, we have already provided cabling to each of the lights just to ensure that no additional lights would fall. It's a life safety issue. So this is a contract for $346,165 with a contingency and $69,233 to replace. The poles will stay, the concrete poles, but this replaces the metal, the infrastructure, the beams, the lights, the wiring, and the control boxes, and will replace them with LED lights, which are much more energy efficient to operate on a consistent basis.
You went about lights. Yes, Doc?
I'm sorry, is that going to replace all the lights at Vero Beach High School?
At the ones
At the
at the stadium, yes, the four, I believe, the four main
The main ones,
grouping.
okay, because, and the band thanks you.
Yes, I know. It was in the
Isn't that
trumpet.
where it fell?
It was a clarinet section. I was more in the trumpet section. Through the chair, the next item is J. As we have researched additional mechanisms and for purchasing, some of the items we have found are more cost-effective through cooperative agreements. And you have a board policy, 6440, which encourages the use of cooperative purchasing agreements when that benefits the district. So this is an agreement with By Board Interlocal, who is a group of governmental agencies who gather together as a consortium, if you will, a cooperative to leverage volume pricing. And this agreement just allows us to piggyback and purchase at the prices they negotiate through that cooperative. And it's just an annual automatic renewal with a 30-day cancellation if for some reason we didn't want to use them. We had been using other ones. However, the New York Hires contract, which gave us even more competitive pricing, has raised their threshold so that our volume of purchasing doesn't meet their threshold. So this gives us additional cooperative buying agreements that we can leverage for cost savings.
Anybody? Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, how many contracts do we engage in through buy board? This is a renewal.
This is new. This
Oh,
is.
I heard you say renewal.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is it's a cooperative agreement we would be entering into. We would be
Yeah.
one of the cooperative members so that we can then purchase at that volume pricing.
Okay.
There is
so-
no cost to it. It's just joining their membership, if you will.
So again, if there's no cost for the district?
No.
If there's no cost, then how does it work? What's the
They-
benefit to
So the
buy?
Buy board, yeah, and I think they started in 2010, if I'm not mistaken, out of Texas. So their benefit is through vendors. That's how, kind of like Aon, they're going to get paid through vendors. And the vendor's benefit
Yeah.
is, I've got 75 school districts who are going to buy metal detectors, open gate, because that's the, example. And I can bring all those to you in volume. So it's volume purchase pricing.
So, an example, let's say Open Gate. If we were, how would that work for us? How would that work for you all? If we were thinking about Open Gate, what would you do? You would go on to like their marketplace or something?
Exactly.
Okay.
And so we are purchasing, our procurement person would reach out to multiple, so we have, some of these are, the roofing is a piggyback on a contract. So we have something online where we keep those various contracts, we join them, and then we price bid them. We put them out and see what the price is. When we purchased the Open Gate originally, we were able to leverage the New York Hires contract, and we were able to see about a $6,000 saving per unit over buying them direct from the manufacturer. And we priced out like 5 or 6 different bids. And we can also leverage any bid any other governmental agency is competitively negotiated. So if Osceola County went out and did their own bid for Open Gate and they got a cheaper price than the consortium, we could leverage that. So we leverage any governmental bid we can leverage. This just gives us you're right, it's like a marketplace. We have an online site and we can shop their products and add them into our cost analysis before purchasing.
I've seen the logo, I've seen buy board, I just didn't know, obviously, what it was for. My question, though, I don't know if you've done some research prior to this. Do we have any local vendors? Are there any local vendors that are a part of it, or are these more like national vendor? Yeah, I see a shaking head. They're more like national vendors.
I would want to
larger,
say,
big
however, not
conglomerate.
being a member, I haven't gone onto their marketplace. I don't have access to that, so I haven't looked at their vendor pool.
Okay.
But I would assume, since they're out of Texas and they're an international type cooperative, that it's probably larger vendors.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, this is one of those times where, at conferences, we go and talk to the vendors that support conferences, and they're one of the big vendor supporters for FSBA, so I've talked to them several times. So thank you, Bruce, for taking the card that I gave you and following up on it. After speaking to them several times at FSBA, I thought, why are we not using them? Because the cost that, that they can get us for something that we're already purchasing already was amazing and with no extra cost to us. So why not? So thank you for following up on that. I appreciate it.
Thank you. The next item through the chair, the next item is actually K, review a purchase of school buses per Florida DOE ITB, which is an invitation to bid 2302. So every year in your capital outlay plan that you must post in the newspaper, one of the items that you must notify the community, a line item, it's one of the few line items, is the number of school buses that you'll be purchasing. So in that capital ad, you posted 10 school buses. That does not mean you have to purchase 10 school buses. In fact, last year I think you only purchased 5 of the 10, if I'm not mistaken. However, you can purchase up to that 10. So going back a ways, and this was before me even being involved with most of it, I know there was a board who had come up with a commitment to move to a cleaner Instead of the diesel buses sitting at the overhangs of the schools, I remember the conversation, the kids are all sitting on the benches and the diesel is running and the smell, to a more clean running bus, move towards propane buses. Currently, you have a 109 bus fleet. You have 16 diesel buses left out of that 109. The average miles on those buses are 215,000 miles, and the oldest ones are 14 to 16 years old. Of those buses, you have 2 that are unusable because the turbo is bad. You have 1 that is unusable, the engine is out, and 1 that is unusable with the transmission. As well, I know transportation has been trying for a particular clean energy grant, which they were finally awarded this year. So with the purchase of these buses, if we are to take our diesel bus for every 1-to-1, we were approved up to 14 buses where we could basically poke a hole in the motor. You have to disable the bus so you can't sell it and they use it for a food truck on the summertime. It can't be on the road. Remove the emission, and purchase either electric or propane, a clean energy bus. There's a $25,000 rebate per bus. We were approved to 14 buses. However, your capital ad limits you to 10 buses without re-advertising. So in your capital plan is money to purchase 10 school buses. This would be purchasing 10 propane school buses and removing 10 diesel buses, applying them to the grant at $25,000 each, so you would have a $250,000 rebate coming back. You purchase them up front. The total cost in the agenda is $1.5 million. $1,513,850. The buses used to be on a 10-year rotation. You've extended that. These are 16-year-old buses, and just a goal to try to get them more on a 12 or 14-year refresh cycle and to leverage as many of the rebates as possible, which eliminates having diesel mechanics and propane mechanics, some of the parts and the emissions that have to be maintained on an older diesel bus that a propane bus does not have.
Okay, anyone on buses?
Just one.
Yes.
Mr. Green or Dr. Moore, I know Ms. Idelette talked about this a year or so ago about being able to gas up at the compound, and there were some questions on that.
Yeah, so you actually have an item in your capital 5-year plan for a refueling center that's been pushed out a little bit. Mr. Westenberger and I have had some conversations about that, and we're going to be meeting with some vendors to see about, instead of building a capital investment of $3.4 million for a fueling station. I know when I was in the private industry, we did this at a company. You can have them come in, they'll do the infrastructure cost. There might be a small upcharge on the fuel, but you pay for that over the life of it. And then if you ever change to electric buses, you're not stuck with that capital investment. So we are going to be meeting with some vendors to look at possible ways of having the vendor install that unit. They support it, they maintain it, they do the warranty. We leverage being able to fuel up propane at the particular site at Transportation North or South County, but we aren't out that capital investment and that maintenance issue. It would be just through the fuel. There's a charge that you would have to calculate that return on investment to not have that long-term investment in a propane center. So we are reevaluating that before we bring anything back to the board.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, that was what I was going to ask about the fuel station. It did seem, $3.4 million. I think that being green is great, but my question is what's the premium? At some point over doing diesel with fuel probably going down, and, maybe if you don't do the capital investment, the other thing going up, propane can be pretty expensive. So I don't know if it's a wash. Green is great as long as it's, the premium is manageable.
Yeah, so our propane cost now is about $1.70 per BTU gallon, where diesel, and we get it on a different contract, so it's different than you might see in your marketplace if you just went to Amerigas or something, where diesel has been ranging $2.80 to $3.10 a gallon. Now, it's not the same footprint, miles per gallon per BTU to diesel, but Most of the research studies show that you can save some fuel with propane, but bigger than that are the maintenance costs long-term. Just the maintenance of changing the oil and stuff, the maintenance that needs to be done is cheaper. They average about like $45 versus $150 for one component. The turbos, the emissions, there are no emission controls, the EGR, the turbos, and all of the emission components, those are what typically start going bad on a diesel engine later on. So the overall maintenance costs, the research shows, is lower. There's a little bit like $3,000 upfront cost for it, but over the life of it is cheaper,
Okay.
according to those
It's still an internal
reports.
combustion engine though, right? With, because it's just, the fuel is propane versus
Yeah,
diesel.
it's more like a
Yeah.
gas engine that's
Yeah,
converted
right.
to use propane instead of a diesel
Correct.
engine. But no emissions.
Right.
Anyone else on the wonderful world of buses? No, I have a question about it. How many drivers do we have right now?
Yeah, but I think when we say we have 71 to 74 drivers currently right now, probably about 4 or 5 openings.
Okay, so about 80 total. And then we have, you said 109 in the fleet? So why would we need 10 more buses?
Well, actually, what we're going to be doing is reducing 16 buses. So 6 of them are obsolete. We'll reduce the 16. So we'll reduce those 16. We'll buy 10 new. However, those buses are, they're also, some are used, for specific things. There's handicap, lift. Some are used for various trips, field trips. And then there is a percentage, and I want to say 30% of spare buses that are needed and used at each of those sites on a day-to-day basis to keep the fleet running. Those are,
Okay, so we won't have a bunch just sitting around?
no.
Okay.
There are constantly buses in, I actually called Mr. Kronbacher today. We had one of our mechanics out, and he was actually up to his arms in grease. He was on the lift with one of our wheelchair buses, but they had 3 buses in the bay, and so those are accounted for in the spare. So actually, we will eliminate our diesel buses, the 16 that we have. 6 of them just are not functioning, and we can reduce the efficiencies. And then the 10 we will replace with propane.
Okay, and then the other question I have is, I have heard that we use the diesel buses for long trips, right? When we go across the state with a team or something. So, and most of that is because the refueling. You have to stop at a place that actually can give them propane. And I'm sure you do agreements with other school districts when you go places, right? So will that be a problem then if we're
Right, we,
keep
I think we
eliminating?
had the Science Fair Awards or something that was out of the range, and we just coordinated for a bobtail. So while the bus was parked, AmeriGas or whoever came and serviced and filled the bus up at that location so they could come back.
Okay, so you've got that figured out then. We don't have to worry about keeping diesel buses around for that.
Yes,
Okay.
and through the chair, those are all of my items.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Shafty?
Item L on today's workshop continues to demonstrate our commitment to compliance with library media purchases. Today, 2 schools are bringing forth purchase lists that are new acquisitions to the district. We are following our same procedure that we have for the past 2 years, as well as the information individually briefed with you. The 2 schools are Osceola and Vero Beach Elementary. You will also notice that their SAC approval minutes, which are their committees who reviewed the books, are attached to the backup documentation for the item, and each SAC committee approved the purchases unanimously after reviewing peer reviews. And then the last piece of information is upon receipt, pending board approval, each of these materials will be read cover to cover before being placed on the shelf for access by our students. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions, board members?
No question. I do have a comment. I'm just glad that we're in a place now. I talk with other districts who are still struggling as if it was day one with all of the book issues. I'm really grateful that I get to breathe when I have those conversations with them, and I'm like, not us. So I'm happy where we are. I'm happy that, we have that system going. We understand our policy is a great policy. I've always said that. It took a while to get there, but we were, I want to say, the first to develop a really good policy. I hope to be able to continue to share that policies, because we do have several policies regarding the books, and this is just one of those. So thank you for the work that you're doing on that, and I'm glad that the books are going to be read. Now, I understand that nothing is foolproof, but we haven't had any issues so far, and I'm extremely grateful for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Likewise.
Anyone else?
All right, Madam Chair, the last item is the review of policies, and just to set this up, and I'll defer to you, Madam Chair, is each cabinet member will follow, Bruce, if you can hold that up, we're going to follow the chart and present each item, so if you wanted to follow along the policies, so we'll be jumping around. As in the past, this may take a significant amount of time. I don't know if you wanted to take a break now, or maybe you say you take it every 2 hours, but that's up to you. And
Does anybody need a break right now? Good? All right, we'll ask again at 2.
all right, if that's the case, I will turn it over to Dr. Jacobs, who will facilitate this lengthy process.
All right. Good afternoon, through the chair. I'm going to be reviewing over the policies from the Office of the Superintendent. Dr. Shafty will be co-presenting some of these policies along with me, but we will follow the order that you find in your agenda materials regarding each one of those policies. So the first policy is Policy 0131, Legislative. The revision to this policy is the addition of language related to the board adopting a policy prior to a statute becoming effective. So this just allows the board to get ahead of a statute and the implementation of a statute. The next policy.
Wait, do you have a question, Mr. Rosario?
Yeah, I don't have a question. I had a conversation, though, this week at FSBA about this, and really about how long it takes Neola to get their changes to us. And even though we have the, so it's interesting, and we can enact a law that has been passed, and most of them are effective as of July 1st. If it is effective July 1st, we can go ahead and begin enacting it. In order for us to be able to enact it, though, we'd have to create a policy for that. But then Neola may come to us 6 months later with their recommended changes or their recommended policies for that. So there's this gap of time in between when we are legally allowed to begin the changes according to the legislature's changes, blah, blah, blah. And then I don't know if this would be a conversation for Ms. Shattuck. I guess the question is, how do we do that? Do we just go ahead and create, let's say there was a policy that we wanted to create, do we go ahead and do that and then wait for some recommended changes? And I know that you're going to say we're going to be legally sound. It would be legally sound for us to do that because policy is up to the board. But there just seems to be such a disconnect with that time, with that lag.
Yes, through the chair. So in terms of creating policy, especially when you're talking about a legislative session and you may have 30 policies you need to change, whether you have a contracted company like Neola or you have staff doing it, it's going to take a while to be able to go through all of the policies and make those corresponding changes. You'd have to look, but I mean, one of the reasons that school districts contract with companies like Neola is to make the lag shorter, even though there's still a lag, because it, would take staff even longer to try to make all of those changes by themselves. So that's one of the services they provide. But in terms of compliance, you can comply with the law before, while you are in the good faith process of making those changes. It's understood that is going to, take some time, and not just the changes in terms of you know, making the changes to the policies themselves, but also we have that process we have to go through ourselves with rulemaking, which is your bylaw 0131, I believe. So, you know, we have to do that whole process where we publish our notice of rulemaking, and we have the 28 days, and then we have our hearing on it. And so, yeah, and even before that, things like bringing it to workshop and, you know, making any changes if the board has suggested changes.
So we've had opportunity, we've had times in the past, especially with the Parental Bill of Rights, where we just went ahead and we just started the process. I think we drafted our first policy so that it could begin July 1st, or maybe shortly thereafter, which was no big deal, and this was a few years ago. So we could do that, obviously. I just don't understand why this change here, I'm not against it, I just don't understand why it needed to be captured. It's not a bad thing, because we were able to do it anyway. So this is, I guess it's a rhetorical statement here, but just so that I understand the full scope of what happens behind the scenes, do you have anything to add to that, or to help us understand?
Okay, yes, I see. I agree with you, and I think, you know, sometimes even when things are already true, you know, we may still put them in our policy. It just reinforces it.
Yeah.
So I would agree with you on that point.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Yeah, there's something I want to mention about this. I went to the session about Neola, and it's interesting that Scott Bass was there, and he's now working with Neola, so that's interesting. But I agree, it takes too long after a law is enacted for us to finally get the policy that we need to put in place. Here it is tonight, where we're going to be doing a lot of that. But I also heard very, very clearly that they said they have a team of lawyers, and they look it over for legal sufficiency, and that they back it. So if we are challenged on any of our policies, it doesn't come out of our board pocket to defend that. It comes out of their pocket. So they defend their policies when we get somebody that disagrees with something in our policy and challenges us. So, but if we change one word of that policy, that's negated. So that's just something for the board to understand, that we pay Neola, and I don't even know how many attorneys they have that work on this, but a bunch. And we pay all these attorneys to look it over and make sure they do a good job. But if we change one word of it, we've now negated what that policy's defense is. So we now are on the hook for defending the policy if we change a word. So I'm just letting you know that. I heard that very clearly in my session I went to over in Tampa. So thank you.
The next policy is Policy 1010, Board Superintendent Relationship. There is one revision to this policy in which they identified that whenever the board formulates their position on the superintendent's performance evaluation, that objective information should be used in lieu of subjective opinions.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, it's not in lieu. It's not in lieu of. It's actually, oh, I'm on the wrong one. Hold on. Let me get there. It's whenever possible. So that's a big difference.
I apologize for using the wrong term.
No, that's okay. And it makes a difference because there are so many, evaluating the superintendent is so vast. There's so many things that go into evaluating him. And there are obviously things that are going to be subjective because it's based on the experience that we have with him, right? Communications, for example, is one of those areas of evaluation for the superintendent. If the superintendent fails to communicate with the board, that would be something subjective that each individual board member would have to provide their evaluation on him for. And clearly, as a subjective matter, it is a part of his evaluation. So I take this change, even though I do understand where it's coming from, I don't think it's necessary. And it's not by statute. We don't necessarily have to have it in there. I just want to make sure, I'm glad that it says whenever possible and not in lieu of, because of the variance of his work, the scope of it. And board members need to be able to know that, especially Mr. Dyer, who's new. When you give your evaluation, it will be primarily based on, obviously, you have the objective, the academic part of it, and where you're going to get the data, and you'll be able to evaluate him on that. But then you have all the other things. And that's the part that the subjective part comes into play.
Yes, Doc?
Ms. Berenborg? I've done hundreds of evaluations, and yes, we have the data with Dr. Moore and his cabinet and how we are doing, but I do believe subjective in some manner is good because we have this all the time with people doing what they need to do and then the relationships they establish through that. And I think it's important that we have the objective, 100%. And if we do subjective, we give you a reason why. You know, you can have the best math teacher in the world, and they're not connecting with kids, you know, so they're not doing the learning that should happen. So I'm just going to ask Dr. Moore, did you put this in here, and why were you thinking about this? This is not Neola.
This was actually a recommendation, so as it came to me for review, I think it just solidifies what a good board superintendent relationship would be, and it is a combination of absolute both.
Okay, thank you very much. Like I said, I think that we all do something subjective as to how, you know, you're relating to our principals, our schools, our community, and you do an exceptional job.
Okay. Yes.
I would like, through the board, to hear from other board members on this. I mean, Terry and I were the only one, Mrs. Berenborg and I were the only ones who were here when we had the previous superintendent. If we were to go on just objective outcomes, that entire ending would be completely different. And in fact, a lot of it was based on subjective information. And we don't need to hash that up, but that's important. So I appreciate Dr. Jones, what you just said right now, because it is incredibly important. So I'd like to hear from other board members. My recommendation is that we just not put this in there. It's not necessary, it's not needed. That's the only thing that's being recommended by Neola. Again, it's not by statute, there's no requirement for it. I just think it muddies it, not just for us, because obviously we're here, but future boards to come. We know that we're looking at both. We know we're going to be looking at both, or we can even say both objective and subjective. But anyway, through the board, I'd like to hear from other board members to see. Dr. Broska?
I mean, I don't think this is going to really change anything. Also, my observations are objective, so either way, I'm just going to review however I feel like at the end of the day.
So that's your subjective.
No, I mean, legally, my observations are objective all day long, every day at my job, so it is what it is.
I have a question. Was this a Neola recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, so I just finished saying that if we change a word from a Neola policy, then we're on the hook for it. And it says, whenever possible. I agree that I do put subjective things in there because I tout your accomplishments in that way. However, I understand why probably Neola is doing this because I have seen some very inappropriate, unprofessional comments that are written, and they're public. And I think that people really need to consider the fact that we need to be more professional when you sit on this board, in our speaking and in our writing. And I think that's probably why it's there. But I'm fine with it because it says whenever possible, and it's a Neola recommendation, so I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it too. I would say, while new to this board, I have done numerous CEO evaluations for probably the last 30 years. I understand subjective and objective. I have done the evaluations and I've been evaluated as a CEO, so I'm well versed in evaluations, and I think that this is just fine.
Okay, thank you. Next.
The next one is policy 1210, standards of ethical conduct. we aligned this policy to the principles of professional conduct so that when you see the red strike through, it's not actually strike through of removal, it's strike through of realignment to where it falls with the state statute. And then the addition is based on the Florida Administrative Code that has new expectations for principals as certificate holders as it pertains to instructional materials.
Anyone? Ms. Rosario?
So just for purposes of clarification, those items that were stricken are placed in another policy.
The strike through on page 1 is referenced later on in the order that it falls in the principles of professional conduct. And then the
Page 2?
Page 2, and a citation again on page 3 with the statute.
Okay.
Questions on that one? Okay. The next 3 I will present as one because they're the same update but affect different books of Neola. So 1242, 3242, and 4242 are the admin, professional staff, and support staff updates for professional development, which we shifted a couple years ago. We updated the language now to professional learning, as well as the state's expectations for the professional learning catalog, which the board approved in August. So we are on track with everything as a technical update in these existing policies.
Anyone have a question on any of those? Okay, looks like we're good.
Next one is Policy 2440, Summer Programs. This is related to our voluntary pre-kindergarten programs during the summer. It indicates that the board may fulfill the requirement to have a summer VPK program by contracting with private providers. Additionally, there's timelines added within the language that indicates when students have to be assessed during that summer program, both at the beginning and end of that program.
Ms. Rosario?
What is it, can you talk a little bit more about contracting with private facilities?
So
I'm sorry, this is 2440, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
So each district is required to have a summer pre-kindergarten program. The district may operate their own program or may choose to contract with private facilities for those programs to implement that program.
So for the summer,
Yes.
who's paying for it? We are?
We receive money for voluntary pre-K program.
Okay, but we had an issue last year. Was it last year? We had an issue one year, and I'm just asking for clarification here, that we were going previously to CSAC, this was years ago, we were going to CSAC asking for funds for voluntary pre-K, I think it was, and then that was no longer the case because the law changed, legislation changed, and then other organizations were paying for it, and then last year we weren't approved. I mean, I don't know what was going on, but where are we? Is this that?
Through the chair, this is that. It wasn't a law that changed, it was their ordinance for the city.
ordinance.
The ordinance changed it to tax-receiving organizations that receive tax dollars, which obviously the county is, as is the school district, that we couldn't receive those funds. So what they came up with is to outsource the program. So an organization hosts the program, they hire our teachers, in most cases they hire the teachers, and then ultimately they run the program. So that's how it's currently, that's how it was done last school year, and then we're looking at how we're going to do it this specific year.
But this is saying that we would contract with them.
Yeah, it's saying you can contract with an outside entity, not necessarily the county itself. It's just how we've done it locally in Indian River County to do step into K.
Yeah, but contracting with a private pre-K provider, there's no language here that says that we are funding it. If we're funding it, if we didn't have the funds for it last year and the previous year and the previous year, how are we going to fund it again moving forward if we're putting it in policy? I know we've got to find the money, but we've never been able to do it before, so where is the clarity on that? What does the contract mean? I think we need to clarify what contract means.
You could,
Contract as a partner?
there are a number of pre-K programs that function. We could have contracted with one of them and paid them to run that specific program. So, I don't know, I think on your way home, all of you will pass a pre-K facility. This allows us to contract with them to meet this specific requirement. It's an option. It's not how we've met it. It's no intention of moving in that direction. I think we have a model program when it comes to step
Yeah.
into K.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there are districts who say, you know what, we don't have the manpower, teachers aren't willing to work over the summer. It provides an option that I think the board would want to have the option, God forbid.
Yes, go ahead.
Now, obviously, in our summer programs, we have Step Into K, and then we have ESE Pre-K. Did we have, can you tell me how many Pre-Ks we had through our system, through Ms. Flood, this summer?
I can provide that information to the board. It's it's an extensive program.
Okay, I thought it
We're very busy during the summer.
I know on our priorities for legislation, and then with the state, we're looking for more money for Pre-K, because it's not 100%, as we all know, so I think it's a key.
The next policy is 2522. That is an update based on House Bill 1285, which limits a resident of the county to challenge one material per month. So that exact language was lifted from the House bill and added to our policy.
Anyone on that one?
Policy 2700 is academically high-performing school districts. This is a new policy to us. In addition to that, we were recently named an academically high-performing school district. This policy indicates the eligibility of academically high-performing school districts to be exempt from certain requirements. It also outlines the eligibility requirements to be named as such.
Anyone on this one?
This one.
Yes.
Dr. Japes, can you give me an example of what we could be exempt from?
So one of the most clear examples that I could find was that we are able to do up to, I believe it's 2 days virtually instead of having in-person instruction. So that is one of the
Okay.
indicators. The other one of the eligibility exemptions, and one of the other exemptions is the start date for the school year.
Thank you. Remember that.
Interesting.
The next one is 3130, appointment, assignment, transfer, and promotion of instructional staff. Senate Bill 7002 replaced the term temporary certified with inexperienced teacher, and it kept the definition the same, meaning one who has been teaching for 3 years or less. So we normed the policy language with the Senate bill. Any questions? Okay, the next one is 5780, student parent rights. A combination of House bills resulted in an additional rate for families dealing with short-acting bronchodilator use, so our policy has been updated to reflect that rate.
Can you tell me what tab that's under? Because you just went out of order, so it's not under the superintendent's tab anymore.
It's probably in,
Probably under Student Affairs, Advocacy, and Access.
Okay.
We'll do
Yeah,
that one
out of
again.
order.
We'll do that again when we get
It's
to
like
Eric.
3 policies ahead of where we left off.
Yeah. Okay, I see it. Thank you.
and policy 7540.08 is artificial intelligence, and we are suggesting the recommendation to go with Neola's language. We reviewed it with our teams and made sure every citation in this policy to an existing policy is one that we actually have in place.
Anyone want to mention AI? Ms. Rosario?
I do. I have bear with me, because I had a screen here. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. So this was the academic honesty policy. No, that was the artificial intelligence policy. I'd like, if we can we pull up 5505? Does that fall under you? It's the student services. Let me. Is that yours? Oh, sorry. All right, let me pull that one up. 5505. There it is. All right, I'm waiting here as I pull it up. So while do you have it up? Do you need it?
Yes. Through the chair, yes, we do have it up.
Okay, mine is taking forever to open, so as soon as that opens, I'll be able to, talk specifically to it. But until then, so the academic honesty and artificial intelligence, there's some parts of artificial intelligence clearly that talk about academic honesty. And so I'm just wondering if we can just combine, obviously, we have so many policies just saying the same thing.
Through the chair, yes, Mrs. Holden did brief the board on that, and that will be under consideration. I see that those two policies do, share pretty much the same information, so I can see that happening.
Well, that was, when I brought artificial intelligence months ago, there was a policy that I recommended months ago. I kind of incorporated some of the academic honesty in it so that we didn't have 5 different policies saying basically the same thing. And so here we have a brand new one we have academic honesty here. It says new, but it's really not new. And then you have artificial intelligence. That's the new one.
So through the chair, just something for consideration is your 7,000 Neola book is property and your 5,000 policies are students. So while it may seem redundant, if you have something driven for your students, you would more than likely want it to stay in your 5,000s, which would be your academic honesty.
And I'm sorry, what would be the difference? It's still addressing students' teaching and learning.
But the 7,000, it's the numbering system in Neola, 7,000 has to deal with property and gifts and just the way the organization of the policies. If we were familiar and consistent with policies like other Neola districts, they would look for certain things in the 5,000 book versus the 7,000 book. So academic honesty makes sense in the 5,000 book because it's directly related to students, where artificial intelligence impacts a broader space of property, which would keep this one in the 7,000s.
Of property and not students?
You're good. Keep going.
Okay. I disagree, but okay.
The next policy is wellness, 8510. So this policy, there are a lot of language changes within the policy to align the verbiage with USDA requirements. Additionally, there are USDA Smart Snacks nutritional standards that we must abide by. So you'll see that there also has been language added related to what they call competitive foods. So there's limitations on when competitive foods can be sold and what can be sold as competitive foods.
Anyone have a comment about this one?
Stay tuned with Mr. Kennedy. It's probably going to change again. So,
Yeah, I have a comment about this. I went over to see what was going on at Dodgertown on Saturday. I missed Santa, but there were a bunch of cars there because of the bike-a-thon that was going on in Gifford. So I saw a group of kids that are the Explorers Troop, I think 551, and they were wonderful, and they were on their downtime, so one of them recognized me, and they came over, and I was surprised they knew what a board member was. But they were telling me about their schools and how proud they were of their schools. And they were from all different schools, even some in Port St. Lucie, some charter, some private. And the one thing I heard over and over again is this food. One kid stood up for Vero Beach High School, and he said, no, our food is good. We really like our food. Everybody else said the food is like cardboard. And I was really taken back by, I wasn't taken back by that because I've actually walked through and seen some of the meals sometimes and go, But I know that they follow nutrition standards and they do all that. I just want you to know what the kids are saying. And it was a group of probably 15, 20 kids, all said the same exact thing. It was pretty interesting, except for Vero Beach High School. He went on and on about their food is really good. So he defended his school. But the rest of them said they love their school, a lot of the things. They did mention a couple other little things I'll talk to you about. But they mentioned overall the food. And that's why they don't buy it. Because they said they don't think it's tasty and delicious.
Yep.
So I'm just letting you know that that was coming from the kids.
Next policy is 8600, transportation. The major change here or addition relates to bus infraction detection systems. And the cameras essentially that we place on buses to detect any traffic infractions. So essentially, this revision says that those detection systems can only be used to enforce traffic infractions and can't be used for just general surveillance.
And that came from one of the statutes that was passed this past year, correct? Okay, any comment on that? All right, could we take a break? Because it's too.
We do one more
One
for
more.
her, and then if
Oh,
we do
I'm
one more,
sorry.
then like,
One
those-
more, can you hold?
my office is done.
All right,
Yeah.
one more.
Okay, I have the last one. It is policy 9700, very quick update. House Bill 1317 define patriotic organizations and their roles in schools, and this policy simply updates it from that House bill.
Any comments? All right, we shall take a 10-minute break. 2:01. Okay, we're going to resume our workshop. It is 2:11, and Dr. Moore.
Mr. Green's Book of Policies.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Through the chair, so we are going to skip to some financial and business services policy, starting with 3 policies together that are related. And if you notice on the spreadsheet as we go through, you'll see red markings where it says 1281, 3281, and 4281 are related. As you know, 1281 would be an administrative, 3000s would be an instructional, 4000s in support. So 1281, 3281, and 4281 simply add the statutory reference to the policy, nothing else. They add the statute number that was missing for all 3 of those policies. The next 2 are related. 13.
Hold on one second.
Yep.
Anybody have a question on those? Okay, all right.
The next 2 are related around anti-harassment, actually 3, 1362, 3362, and 4362. As you know, we talk about bullying and harassment with students often, but the statute also says we can't bully or harass other employees. So what they have added is a reference to speak to employees, bullying and harassment. You will see a lot of green addition and red strike through. That is simply a formatting issue. There are not substantial changes in any content here. It's just the way they're formatted. So the entire section is struck out and is rewritten in green. What it adds is the fact that you can't harass or bully employees. You can investigate on an anonymous complaint, but you cannot discipline solely on an anonymous complaint. And someone could be disciplined up to termination for falsely or wrongly intentionally accusing someone of harassment or bullying. Those 3 policies all have those 3 similar changes to them around employees.
You good there?
Yeah,
Oh, Ms. Rosari?
Yeah, I know that when that is fully implemented, I trust that the procedure of establishing or trying to investigate whether an accusation was intentional or not would be priority, would be, taken seriously. Because even that, in that alone, we don't want to accuse someone of intentionally doing something without actually having the proof of it. So I don't know, we don't need to get into what the proof is now. I just hope moving forward that would be carefully, I suppose, screened in the process of however way that's going to happen, if it's through human resources or some other manner.
Appreciate the feedback. Through the chair, the next 2 items go together. That's 1410 and 3410, and they're around advanced degree supplements, and there was language in statute that prior to 2011, a degree supplement had to be a supplement, not part of the base, and they struck that, and it can be part of the base salary. It's simply saying for administrators and for instructional staff, a supplement can be included in the salary schedule as part of the base salary and not a supplemental pay.
I have a question about that, because I got my master's degree, I think it was in the summer, and I didn't get paid for my master's, even though I submitted everything on time and everything for like 3 months later. So what is it now, and when an employee gets an advanced degree?
It still does take about 60 days. I mean, it depends on the processing, but it still does take a little bit before that kicks in.
Okay. I just want to make sure that
that
that's,
what it is?
that people understand that, because that was not made.
Oh. Someone just went through that and said it's back to the day you submitted your transcript.
It should be.
It's what?
So,
It should
good.
be. Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, the next item actually is in the 5,000s, which is student, as we just discussed earlier. But it's bullying and harassment, and all it does is says, remember those 3 we just did around employees? When you're reading the student section, if you come across employee bullying or harassment, it adds a reference, says, go see these 3 board policies if it's an employee issue. So it's a cross-reference added to that policy to the 3 we just discussed. 6210 fiscal planning. That basically just says that a summary of your tentative budget and proposed millages are now required to be posted on the district website. You're already in compliance with that. We post it on our website, we post it on our agenda, we post it in the newspaper. Moving forward, there's some options that we can maybe not put that in the paper and only put it online, but we still put it in the paper to meet all of the space and size requirements that are required for that.
I have a comment on that. I specifically asked that question when I went to Tampa, and I was told you don't have to worry about the fact that somebody's receiving it on a different device.
Oh.
So I would check on that, because I think we're spending money that we don't need to spend, because they passed the law for that reason, that we have to do what the law says, not what the receiver is looking on.
Okay.
Okay, because a lot of districts are not advertising in the papers anymore. They're doing it on websites.
The next item, 6322, construction contracting and bidding. So Senate Bill 7002 amended Florida Statute 101345, basically and increased the day labor amount of a contract or a contract using day labor from $280,000 to $600,000. So it's just following that statutory change. 6330 is your acquisition of professional and technical services. House Bill 149 increased the not to exceed from $4 million to $7.5 million, or some number based on the Bureau of Labor Statistics of the United States website as it changes from the June to June CPI for all urban consumers. We've already discussed that, and the board implemented that change already, and this is codifying that.
Anyone? We're good? Okay.
7100 facilities planning. So the board can adopt no earlier than 5 p.m. through a resolution to modify some facilities to be hurricane shelters, as we had a discussion earlier, and modify some of the building requirements if necessary. They've taken all that detail language out and said you have the flexibility of a charter school. So when making those modifications, you follow the charter school statute, where there are some exceptions to SREF, the school facilities codification. So it simplifies the language. It says you have the flexibility of a charter school when doing those design criteria, as long as you meet local emergency management criteria. The next one is 8330, student records. And again, there's a lot of formatting in this one, but really two substantive changes. One is around threat documents or documentations of threat or harm, and it just redefines that. Instead of a long list of stuff, it redefines that under the Florida Harm Prevention and Threat Management Instrument, and that safety team must keep those documents as long as they are deemed relevant. And under the transfer of records, there was a long list of details about how to transfer those records, and now it references Florida Administrative Code 6A and says, because those change frequently, and that way we're just following the Florida Administrative Code instead of constantly updating the policy to try to keep up with all of those minor changes.
May I ask a question about that? As a principal getting a student in from a different state, you know, it would take forever to get records, and sometimes, you know, my kids would come and go. So by the time they got into our school and we got the record, they were already gone. And when we have a feeling like something's wrong there, something's going on with that family, we had no ability to kind of follow through with it quickly because they were already gone to another state, if you know what I mean. Those are the kids that are being lost in the cracks. Is there any sort of interstate student record thing going on now that we can improve that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Gosh, you know, when you're talking about child trafficking, and I'm going to be real honest, there were a couple times that I suspected that's what was going on. And you can't follow through with it. By the time the record comes, they're already gone. They know what you're doing, they're gone. And it's really, really sad. If we're going to address child trafficking, somebody, maybe a legislator, needs to start looking at what can we do across state lines to get these records faster. Just saying my 2 cents.
Good point. Through the chair, the next item, 9200, is volunteers, and it simply states that volunteers are state mandated reporters. Every citizen in Florida is a mandatory reporter for child abuse, but I think it's just saying for those people in care of students, volunteers, when you're coming on, so that you see that and you understand that, and it's made clear to you that you're a mandatory reporter for sexual abuse in the state of Florida. The next item, 9211 booster clubs, and actually 9700.11. The next two have a similar change, and it's changes in the red book, and that's our financial book, and it basically says, we've discussed this, and it's already in the red book, that schools cannot conduct games of chance or gambling or raffling on a school campus. And the only people who can conduct something like that would be a charitable or nonprofit who has a tax-exempt status, who is not on campus and does not allow minor children to participate. So those basically just add the language around not allowing minors to participate in gambling and raffles.
I know I brought it up to you, but I'm going to bring it up on camera. Booster clubs doing 50-50 raffles. They can't do those on school property, correct?
Correct.
They can do it maybe in a golf tournament.
Yes.
That's a fundraiser, but they have to have that status, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
tax exempt.
Yep. All right, just making sure that they know that. We have
Yes.
made that very clear, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we do training on our red book frequently. Madam Chair, those are all the items out of Financial and Business Services. It was,
This last one, is that yours, the advertising commercial activities?
yeah, and that's a staff edit. Basically, it added that same raffle language to it.
Okay.
I think it was, SAA was next.
Mr. Seymour.
Through the chair, as I stated, I did not brief on these, but I do have my team here, Mrs. Holden and Mr. Chesky. However, there are policies that are very similar and just a few changes. And this is in reference to athletics, and I'll go ahead and cover those first. Policy 3120.03, 3120.08, 4120.03, and 4120.08. One of the similarities here is that all of these individuals must be certified in CPR, first aid, and the use of AED trained individuals in order to be a part of the athletic programs. In addition to that, based on the Florida High School Sports Athletic Association, all sanctioned events must have coaches that are certified in those areas. So each of these coaches, any coach that coaches our students, must be trained and certified, and that's a course that's online. Okay, the difference is for two of these, and that would be 3120.08 and 4120.08, is that these individuals primarily are paid through the school budget. However, there's an option for coaches now outside of the school budget, which is normally, I think, 5123, to be paid from the school district. So the school pays them supplements, but the school district has the option to hire them for those positions. That's it for me. So okay, you got a mic? All right.
Anybody
So
have a
next
question on that? Hold on one second.
Oh, okay.
Anybody have a question about that? We're good? Okay.
Okay, next we'll start with Ms. Holden. She'll start at 2260.
So 2260 is a non-discrimination and access to equal education opportunity. That cross out right there is due to the repeal of Florida Statute 1002.311. So there are still some exemptions for human reproduction lessons, contact sports, that sort of thing, but that cross out is strictly in compliance with that Florida state statute repeal. And then the only other one is the addition of breaking down exactly which title in our district is in charge of adult Title IX versus student Title IX versus ESE Title IX. That's all that's to that. So, question, anybody?
Yeah, I do have one.
Okay.
The way it's written, it says that the cross-out. In accordance with Florida statute, the board may establish and maintain a single-gender, non-vocational class, extracurricular activity, or school for elementary, middle school, or high school. Would an extracurricular activity be considered the sports, or is that,
So there are exceptions per Neola for sports, depending on whether, how much contact is involved in the sport.
okay. Because we do have some mixed gender sports.
Yes, you're allowed to.
Yeah, okay.
The next one, anybody else, is Hope Scholarship. And again, these are also just based on the Florida State statute change. It looks like they're crossing out a couple of different things, but they're just simplifying the notification process in here, so that way, as the state changes rules and procedures, the policy can stay in compliance. People are still eligible for Hope Scholarships for any substantiated or unsubstantiated bullying, harassment, or sexual harassment, though. This is just saying, go see the rule, so that every time the rule changes, we don't have to get a new policy. Questions about that?
Okay.
All right, then 2455 is dropout prevention. And again, pretty much all of mine are based on changes in state statute. So the two that are next, this one and the withdrawal, are all about adding in that programming for the new GATE programming that Ms. Bieber is working on in CNI for us to be able to implement. So it's mainly vocabulary leading to us being able to implement that new process, both in the 2455 dropout and the withdrawal from school in 5130.
You good? Okay.
And then my next one is, I think might have already been said, the 5330, where they're changing it to the short-acting bronchodilators. In 5330.01, they're changing the title from metered dose inhaler and short-acting bronchodilators. If you have any questions, you're going to ask them of Dr. Posca, because he'll know that better than me. And then the other, right, just to say it is, I deserve credit. And then the next one is just adding a policy whereby if we choose, if a principal were to request to be able to hold short-acting bronchodilators on campus for students in emergencies. So that would create that possibility that we currently do not have.
Question?
Questions for Dr. Posca, anybody?
What is the difference? AED, I know
Yeah, so
AED.
basically, the meter dose inhaler is a type of administrative method, so you can put different drugs in it. They're all going to be inhaled drugs, but SABAs, or short-acting bronchodilators, is a very specific one that would be used in an emergency. So this is actually narrowing and restricting it to, you should have this. It's more specified language rather than MDI, meter dose inhaler, could be any number of chronic maintenance drugs for COPD, emphysema, chronic bronchitis, et cetera.
So just for emergencies, really?
It's really just making it more specific.
Right.
Yeah.
Would asthma be a part of that too?
Yeah.
And of course, our schools are already trained. The first thing you do if somebody's having trouble breathing is you call 911, and then you call the parent and tell them you've called 911, because we want our children breathing. Academic honesty, 5505 is our next one, and it does have the reference to the artificial intelligence that covers both adult and children and any kind of use the district might have. We also do have an artificial intelligence page in our Code of Student Conduct that you all voted on last spring, and we'll be voting on again this spring. But these are all just us picking updated options based on changes in adding in the wording to include the artificial intelligence,
Yes, go ahead.
which it didn't include that last year.
Dr. Moore or Ms. Holden, what's the situation in our schools with AI? Are we having a lot of issues with any kind of plagiarism, all that information that the kids can now get?
Through the chair, and Kelly can respond as well, or anybody else. I think it's emerging right now, not a major concern, but we have done a lot of training, make sure our teachers are up in front. We do a lot of work in the classroom, so it's not necessarily something that you can just plug in. A lot of the devices, when appropriate, are blocked, so you can't have access to them. So I think in the upper grades, it's more of an issue when you do your essay or your homework and you bring it back in, then we have to verify and make sure it's not plagiarized, not even plagiarized anymore, that someone else didn't write it.
We do not have a significant number of referrals from that so far this school year.
Good, thank you.
So one thing I was going to bring up, because this policy was brought up earlier with the AI policy, and you know, Neola just focuses on one topic at a time, so I understand why these are two separate. And a lot of times Neola refers to one that's related, like it does here with the
Right.
artificial
C, so, right.
intelligence, it says C policy, and that's why they do that. But the other thing they do is at the end of the policies, they reference the statute. But that one doesn't have a statute reference. Do you notice in the next one, there are several statutes referenced? I'm just curious why that one didn't have one.
They did not give me a reason for why there's not a state statute. I think that.
Well, because Neola sometimes creates policy based on feedback that they receive from the community. So community can email and say, you know, XYZ district doesn't have a policy in academic honesty. And if they get enough feedback on that, they might create one that has nothing to do with statute. Those are the ones that I worry about with regard to the recommendations from Neola. A few times they have recommended policies that this board outright rejected, and rightfully so. Not this board, the previous board, because they were just crazy. But, and they didn't have anything to do with statute. But that's one of those, and this one here, in the beginning chart, you know, on the, let me pull it up so I know.
It says the two policies are new policies
55,
offered
yeah,
based on the continued growth in the use of artificial intelligence and natural language processing.
Yeah, it says new, but when you look at the actual policy itself, it's not new.
It says revised at the top.
So, I agree.
Because if it was new, it would all be in green. So it kind of threw me off even when I'm looking at both of them, trying to figure out what, that's why before when I said one was new and one wasn't, it's a little kooky there. But yeah, I mean,
But everything in this policy is pretty much what's in our Code of Student Conduct about student behavior in terms of academic honesty and artificial intelligence. There's nothing egregious at all.
no, there's nothing egregious. I agree with you. I just think that, I just wish we would have less policies to pull from. Because then, you know, you go to edit one or revise one, you know, you have to make sure that you're looking for all the other policies by keywords. You know, if you can't remember where they are, you're in trouble.
Right. Any other questions on that one? And my last one is about removal out of school suspension. If you look on the second page, they literally are just giving us this opportunity when we suspend a student, we must formally tell the parent that we have done so, which is a good thing. But it's just giving us a or other method agreed upon by the parent. If you have a parent who can't, like US mail is going to take too long, or maybe they're in the homeless camp, or they don't have a Focus account because they don't have access to internet. So this is giving us a we can agree upon by the parent, and of course the schools would be trained to document that in Focus of what was the agreement so that we are all aware.
I have a question about the expulsionary team. How many people sit on that team?
Ms. Krista Fuller?
So, we have Ms. Holden, myself, Jessica Rojas from ESE, Dr. Hardy, and then depending on the case, there may be other people brought in depending on what the topic of the suspension was.
Okay.
And I are
Because I know.
And yes, and the principals from the two schools, so.
Right. I know that in some districts, believe it or not, I heard this when I was over in Tampa, that some board members sit on it. And I thought, wow, I'm glad we don't, because we're the ones that have the final vote, so we shouldn't sit on it.
Correct.
Right. But I was shocked to see that happens in some
VAR,
of
they're
the.
just the appeal as well. They're not the initial.
Yeah, and it's, you know, you said expulsion, but it's suspension expulsion, so it's, you know,
Okay.
we're looking at each case separately to see whether it's just a alternative placement at IR prep, or if it's a recommendation to the superintendent for.
Yeah, because as a principal, I used to have to go to those once in a while. Thank goodness not too many. But yeah, it's intimidating for the principal even to go in, to sit in on that. So the parent is invited
No.
to that one? Okay.
The parents are invited. It's actually on the letter that they receive that they can forward or bring any documents or concerns, letter through an email that's given to them from the school if they would like to state their case or provide anything. And it doesn't happen a lot, but when that does happen, we do communicate with them ahead of the cert.
So when is the parent allowed to make any comment about their child and what happened? Only
So
when it comes to us?
two different things. One, if it's an expulsion hearing, they are sitting in an expulsion hearing.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yes.
Okay.
If it's just cert, they are not. So
Okay.
if it gets recommended and approved by the superintendent to go to expulsion, yes. And the student, we recommend highly the student is present as well.
Yes.
And
They should
during
be.
the time of the initial infraction at the school level, before it
Yes.
even gets to cert.
Okay. I want to make sure parents have a say before it comes all the way here.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, Ms. Rosario?
2260, can we go back to that one? Is that under you? Okay.
So this is the one that the strikeout was based on a repeal of Florida state statute?
Mm-hmm.
And then just the addition of the student Title IX.
Okay, I'm sorry, that's not it. It's 2271. That's not.
2371 is me.
2271, I don't think that's you, that's curriculum and instruction. We haven't gotten there yet. Okay, thank you.
John?
Good afternoon, Board. So we have some safety and security updates here. We'll be starting with 7440, revisions to the operations of drones on campuses. Luckily, we've had a good policy in place. We followed FHSAA guidelines for years, but now the Neola policy essay has caught up with that. Just giving some language allowing law enforcement access to drones. You've probably seen and heard FP&L will come out and assess the power lines on campuses, but we've really firmed this up where we now work with a facility use agreement with risk management to ensure there's a checklist, permissions, and we're checking licenses for the drone operators that are approved and allowed to be on campus. That also would include our athletic events. Any
Yeah, I did
questions?
see a drone at one of the, I think it was football game. Who approves those?
So that small one we see buzzing around
Yes.
is under investigation at this time.
Okay.
Because we had our video classrooms, we had our programs, the students were doing it for years, and we told them they weren't permitted to do that. So we've been working to try and find that small one that's been buzzing around over the games this past season. So we're working on that. But that would be either the athletic director and the principal coming to myself or risk management to ensure that the facility use agreement and the checklist is completed and filled out, and we can verify the licenses on it. So that one, we don't know who is flying around. It pops in and out throughout the game as we are watching it.
So in that case, you do know there's a device that can bring those down?
A lot of them, yeah.
We don't have one, though, but
Okay, but
I'm
does our
aware.
sheriff's department have it?
I'm sure they do, yeah.
I'm sure they do.
I'm-
So if we know that this keeps coming to our games, we can maybe ask them to bring it?
We could.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I've seen it, and it's annoying.
Yeah.
But they don't have permission to film everybody, and I don't
No.
know what they're doing with that film.
They do not. That's
I
correct.
don't know what we're doing with that film either.
We don't know if it's a student or a staff or a fan.
And we need to
or whatnot.
prosecute the individual.
So we'll jump right on that. Okay?
Can,
Yes, ma'am.
can you just explain a little bit? I know you went over the policy, but the law regarding unmanned drones.
Federal aviation requirements, license for a temporary pilot or a pilot would be the licensed person who would be allowed. It would dictate the height, the weight, the classification of the drone. So FAA requirements is what we would be looking at.
And the rules on school property would be,
There would be exceptions made in this policy to allow law enforcement to use it. A vendor, we had one this past summer assessing the rooftops at Sebastian River High School for the roof damage or the roof improvements. Contractors, the drone programs at Sebastian River High School were inside, so they met the requirement for their drone programs because they weren't outside. So that would be part of the application policy, whether it's a vendor or a club or a person wants to use the drone. The permission would start with the principal and then work its way to myself or risk management for that.
so I'm just wondering what the process would be, because I don't think they're just gonna, I don't know if the sheriff's department is just gonna go in and just start shooting down these drones. I don't know, I'm not disagreeing that would be needed, necessary, I'm just saying, I don't know if they could just kind of willy-nilly do that. I don't know if there needs to be cause for concern, do they have to investigate first, like what that process is? Do we have to make it clear what our policy is when it comes to school-sponsored events and drone activity? I mean, I'm not sure what that is. Is it media? Maybe media is taking pictures. Obviously, we don't know. But if that's the case, would that be, would we be chilling the First Amendment? Would that be considered First Amendment in terms of, a media saying, well, I'm just trying to access to take pictures? I'm not sure.
So the Florida statute covers government properties and state facilities, which is not allowed. So whether we're a school or not, it wouldn't be allowed at the sheriff's department or any government type of building. So the sheriff's department, we would work in cooperation with them if it was a school before we took action against that drone. It would have to be their equipment. We would have to have some type of agreement that does it land safely? You have to have clear line of sight. You have to understand the wind direction. Are there kids at PE and recess? So there would be a lot of factors in place before. We wouldn't just let them come in and zap it and it would fall. There would be a process to it that we would follow, which are in the FAA guidelines under
But
the
in this
Sunshine Law.
particular case, if we don't know who it is or where it's coming from, it poses a safety concern.
So correct. During a football game, we wouldn't be doing that during the game. We would have to hopefully find them before or after as they land, follow it, just to ensure safety would happen.
Well, but what if it's too late? I don't know, I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and I don't want to, but what if it's a serious, what if it's I don't want to say the B word, but what if that's what it is, and it's too late for us to wait, damage will already be done if we're just going to wait for it to land and then follow it wherever it lands.
Yes, ma'am, I understand your concern too. We deal with this in the military all the time. So you have to assess the drone if it's equipped with any type of weapon system. So that dictates how you respond to it. There's protocol you follow to ensure the safety of the people beneath it and below it. So this is a new era. It's a new way of fighting.
Yeah.
It's a new tactic that we're all learning. This policy is trying to keep up with what FHSA has known for a while, just for student safety. But now I see your point. We're dealing with civilian safety. And this, under the FAA guidelines, it does cover a portion of this under like a terrorist attack. So the language is written in there for us to review with law enforcement. It's
Okay.
there. I reviewed it before we came up here. I didn't want to go through,
Yeah.
I'm sure that's a different workshop topic at a different time, but
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, go ahead.
I think this is a good discussion, and it's probably a discussion that needs to be happening all over the country. There's a lot of concern that due to the prolific success of drones overseas, whether it be Ukraine or the Middle East, and how cheap, easy they are to operate, there is a certain expectation that we will start seeing drone attacks in the United States. It's just a realistic expectation. And given the evolving nature of the threat, clearly we have to evolve our protocols to deal with it. This is mostly a sheriff's office issue and police issue. Clearly, drones could either have a bomb. The other issue is you can have large drones that can deploy fentanyl over a stadium. So there's a lot of different ways the drone can be used. It could be used to surveil so they know which way to come in. There could be no weapon on it, but they're using it as surveillance to know which way they should come in or what building they should get on, et cetera, to gain access. So I think that in general, we should probably, do what we're doing now, have this conversation, but continue discussions and evolving this policy and how we would deal with these drone threats with our sheriff's department. And that includes having the materials that we would need or assets on site, I think, during certain types of events, especially if we know that we've had drones come. So I would hope that we start having something to deal with a drone at any event, whether it's a large gathering. I think that would be appropriate risk management. And, you know, as things continue to develop, we continue to develop how we would deal with it. I don't know what resources the Sheriff's Department have. Obviously, we wouldn't discuss what they specifically have here. But in general, there's area denial through jamming. You can just jam the general vicinity, and that's going to affect everyone. There's targeted jamming with basically a rifle-like object where you can target the drone. And then there's mechanical things you can do to the drone, whether it be nets, devices, or bullets or of varying types, including even long-range, basically computer optics on a long-range scope with a rifle to shoot a drone from 800 yards away with one bullet. So there's different systems in place depending on, you know, what you would need to deal with. But clearly, this is something we need to evaluate behind closed doors with the Sheriff's Department.
Yes, sir. I'm meeting with school resource leadership tomorrow, so I will put this on our topic of discussion. I am proud to say that our district has had a EMP, EAP in place for 15 years, and fallen aircraft has been one of the scenarios. Although this is an unmanned aircraft, we have protocol already in place that we've trained upon. We all saw the news of the glider that went down here over the weekend. This is a realistic threat to us being so close to the airport. So we're in good shape with having a policy that we annually update, and we will modify this summer for drone response with that.
So, a couple things on that. My son's a drone pilot, and I know he had to go through FAA tests, pass all those tests, and it's tough to get your commercial drone license. And that looked like a commercial drone that I was looking at that was flying over the stadium. Small drones, you know, anybody can buy one of those and fly that, but they don't go as far. But to catch something like that, you know, that person, when they take all those tests and do all that, they know what the law is. They have to get permission of the owner for where they're flying over before they can do it. So they know. So we can take it down without, you know, anybody going, oh, that I didn't know. No, they know. So I think this is a subject to bring up in a next safety meeting.
Sure. Right.
It's very important.
Yes.
Mr. Teskey, when I see drones at graduation, are they ours? Because you'll see them at graduation.
Dr. Jones, I'm not sure who they belong to. I don't know if they're sponsored by the high school or if it's a club, but we'll have to look into that.
Okay.
Now that football season's done, we can start leaning forward to graduations and seeing who they belong to now that this policy is in place and we have a procedure in place.
I'm just thinking because both of our schools have the CCTV and Sebastian has the drone program, which is pretty cool. But at graduation, which is a large crowd, obviously probably for pictures, but I don't know.
We will find out.
And could the board be notified when we're at something like that, that drone is legal and can do what it's doing? Because that does make me nervous when I see those flying around.
For me and SAW, I work with the teachers for the science camps and the course recovery at Sebastian High School. Like I work with them for their drone program. So from a structured standpoint, those are the only people I've been working with for approval. So for the athletic events, we'll continue to investigate, and for the graduations, we'll have an update for everyone before May with that, if not sooner. Okay.
I just didn't think that policy was going to have that long conversation.
Yeah. It's ever evolving and growing. It's going to continue to grow. 8405, safety and security. This basically is stating that December of 23, moving into January of 24, we ended the CSTAG model for threat assessments. We have moved into the Florida model. This policy revision has changed some language, removing labels and titles of students and address the threat levels. It's also assigned specific timelines to students. This is a good revision. It was needed. It was unfortunate. It just came midway through the year, so a little confusing for schools, which leads to when I briefed the board quarterly on safety infractions or deficiencies. I had briefed you all a month or two back that this was a cause of some of the minor deficiencies. It's paperwork, it's labeling, and it's using the proper forms to accommodate this new language and the addition of timelines and just verbiage with that policy. 8406 is what we've all known for many years, our Fortify FL. It is a tool used for the community and the public, so we can speak openly about it here. Fortify FL is the suspicious anonymous reporting tool. You'll see posters and visuals everywhere. The new Office of Safe Schools mandate under the House bill dictated that we do student instruction the first 5 days of school, which we successfully did at every public and private school. Every school had to teach a lesson, whether it was a guest speaker, over the PA system, a PowerPoint, of the proper use of Fortify FL and the consequences leading to it for a student who used it inappropriately. By November 18th, an amendment to Rule 6A came out, which we have completed. I'm happy to say we did another great job. We had to provide instruction to parents. So you may have heard the school messenger call that went out. We posted it on the school district website. The PIO department did an excellent job working with Mr. Heiser to complete the video and the training. So we are compliant with that. We've documented and we're ready for the inspectors to come in and ask us if we've done that. So that is complete. 8407, Safe Schools Officers. The new requirements there are really leaning forward on charter schools around the state to ensure that their safe schools officers, their law enforcement officers are present, physically present for the drills. They're physically there completing the after-action review reports. We know this, that some districts use guardians, some use hired law enforcement, and some use details. So this is just strengthening the policies that the districts understand, the reporting, and all the requirements that are needed if you have a safe schools officer physically present on your campus, signing in, attendance, reporting, misconduct, drills, after-action reviews, everything. Continuing to work with districts who cannot afford law enforcement officers but do have to use guardians. So we are compliant in every aspect of 8407. 8415 is new, emergency and crisis management. We have talked about this twice already, about using our schools and our facilities. I did send certain cabinet members, as I was in the back, the interlocal shelter agreement that we have had in place since I was in my position since 2017. I did send that to Mr. Green. So it does state that we are in partnership with the county for them to be able to utilize our facilities in times of need for reunification, crisis, not just storms, but any type of event that they would need to be able to use that. So we do have a great partnership with the county. I hope to continue with that. I do echo with what Dr. Moore said. Larger districts have more facilities that are code and compliant. Ms. Barrenborn, just to your point, certain parts of the IG could be used, but high-pitched roofs, gymnasiums are not compliant. So yes, certain parts of the IG could be used, but that is why they really lean on the school district, because of our codes and our building codes for that, as well as the staffing and the transportation. So I don't feel the county will be coming at us saying that we're not compliant with that policy, because we do have an MOU in place with them to cover the emergency and crisis management requirements in the plan that's in place. 84,
Can you hold
yes.
off a second?
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
A question. Have we, I mean, we talk a lot about partnership with the county. I don't think we've ever talked about partnering with Indian River State College. Their facilities, they have, you know, obviously they have multiple buildings there here at the Mueller campus. Just wondering, has that ever come up? If so, what is that like?
Through the chair, Ms. Rosario, the only agreement I do think they do have it with Indian River Charter High School. They are one of their reunification locations, so they have whether it's an agreement or an MOU with the high school there to be able to respond for that. I did learn that working with them, but it's something to think about, but we don't have anything in place. Academically, of course we do, but from a safety standpoint.
Yeah, I think they have a very large auditorium there. Yeah, that's right, we did. And so I think they also might, I'm just throwing it out there, not saying that we should go ahead and change our whole plan, but maybe as a Plan C or D or X, you know, that let's just remember they are still there in case there's a need.
I would just remind the board, to your point, Mr. Rosario, we have a great relationship with GYAC, Vero Beach
yeah.
Museum of Art, the IG, certain churches in the community that service our schools for times of need for reunification or evacuation. So I'm always open to finding new places that would also help. I have no problem stopping by there. Even if it's busing students, it doesn't have to just be a hurricane to assist us. But we have 6 reunification locations that are in place that we would utilize with the sheriff's department if the time came. So
Thank you.
I have that in my notes, but thank you. Which one is, which number was I on?
Emergency.
8475? Yes.
Please go to that one.
Yes, Jessica Lunsford, that's what that is. That's absolutely been in place. Criminal background screening, contractor access. Mr. Green, Mr. Michael, Mr. Westenberger, we all work daily on Raptor screening, Jessica Lunsford, and risk management. So adding language to that to keep people safe is what that is. More requirements.
Anybody on that? I have one comment. You know, when we go over to the FSBA conference, different people use Centegics, you know, the cards that the teachers have in front of them. I've always asked them, you know, are you happy with it? You know, do you think it's worth it? And I've had this time, I had a lot of board members say, no, we're going to Fortify Florida. It's expensive. There are a lot of false things that come up because of it. And they had some problems with some of them working. But they said Fortify Florida is available on any device. You know, you can put it on anybody's phone, and it's a lot more easily accessed. So I found that interesting.
Yes, ma'am. And Fortify, once again, is open to the public, but anyone can access and use it at any time. And once again, we always go back to cell phone service and cell phone being able to send and receive if you're using your phone. If we're all sitting in front of a computer, it's not a problem, but that's really not realistic. So I understand.
You can always call 911 too.
That is correct.
Yes.
Ms. Becerra.
Mr. Teskey, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
With Fortify, how many are false information? How many are just not what they said they are?
So I'll have an exact number for you in
That's all right.
January when we have our closed session. And I think we were at 438 total tips since its inception, since 2019. I'll give you the exact number, probably closer to 500 now. Out of those, I can actually count through them and tell you, we get them weekly that maybe somebody was testing it and it's blank or it's anonymous. So once again, the new law states if it's a premeditated misuse, you were trying to cause a campus disruption, it's an arrestable offense.
Right.
Are we going to have students and people play with it, get nervous, and it goes off? Yes, and that's what happens. So, but I can give you an exact number in January
Okay.
of which ones didn't need a response to because they would be false.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Becerra.
Okay, through the chair, my turn, yay. Appreciate your patience today. My first policy that I'll be bringing is policy 2210, and it is some revised language around the comprehensive evidence-based reading plan, otherwise known as the SERP. The language in here really includes, it is to include all district schools and some changed language around the updated approval and submission requirements. That's it for that one. The next one is policy 2271. This is around the articulation and access to the Florida college system institutions. So it's essentially our dual enrollment agreements. The only part of this that is really, the biggest part of this, I should say, is around our requirements now that if we have a student who is enrolled in a dual enrollment program and that student has been arrested, we have 1 day to let the dual enrollment institute know of that arrest. Okay?
This was the one that I had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, go ahead. I have a
So
question
this
on
is the one that I had a question on before. One of what is highlighted here, it says, for students who are dual enrolled in a post-secondary institution, the superintendent shall notify the oh no, not that one. Sorry. Oh, maybe it's not this one. There was one with, had something to do with parental consent. Is that the one?
I don't think it's in this one.
Oh, goodness. There was one where it said, students, oh, here, yes, that's right, underneath what is highlighted. I was right. Underneath what's highlighted in that same policy, it says, no minor student may participate without the written consent of their parent and/or legal guardian. So the parent or the legal guardian has to sign to give permission for that student to be dual enrolled, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure that that wasn't,
Correct.
okay, perfect. Thank
You
you.
know, one thing about that policy change with the statute is I find it interesting that the superintendent is the one that has to do that and not the parent. If we're putting parents in charge of their kids and their child has been arrested, why isn't the parent then following through and doing this? Just a comment. I know you don't have the answer.
Ms. Becerra,
Yes, ma'am.
we notify within 1 business day of receiving the notification. So if we don't see it
Correct.
in 4 days, then we have 1 day to get it over there. I mean, as
So
a high-
we've already created a procedure for this process. Anytime one of our students is arrested, Mr. Teskey alerts Ms. Bieber, who is our liaison, and she quickly looks to see if they are dual enrolled or not.
So we get arrested the day of.
I don't want to speak for Mr. Teskey on that, but that's our process for following this.
Thank you.
Yes.
I also just wanted to reiterate for the public who's listening, dual enrollment is not just for the 11th grader or the 12th grader. Dual enrollment is for any student who is in from 6th grade to 12th grade, who is capable of sitting for college level courses, and they are more than welcome to take dual enrollment classes. Some classes are offered, and I'm looking at you because if I say something out of place, I want you to obviously interrupt me. Some of those courses are offered at our high school campuses. Not too many, but I think a few are. But otherwise, if there is anyone who is interested in dual enrollment, it doesn't necessarily have to be a face-to-face class that the student would need to take either.
That's
They could
correct.
take it virtually. So there are a lot of opportunities for students who want to get ahead of the game, still get high school credit and college credit at the same time. This, to me, is a no-brainer. I don't know why everybody's just not doing this. It blows my mind at the opportunity for students to gain the experience of taking the same world history class in high school that you can take in college and get both college and high school credit.
Right.
Or, geometry or algebra, whatever it is, not algebra, because they have to take algebra before getting in. But some of these opportunities are just right at the fingertips. So you know how I feel about offering these and having the opportunities for parents to know this. I cannot tell you how many students I have talked to this year, I've talked to you about it, who have said that they want to take dual enrollment classes and they're told no, or they're not given the opportunity. They're told they don't qualify, or
Right.
they're not of the grade level, and the parents, I asked the parent, did you know? No, I had no idea. And I think we are truly doing a disservice to those students. We have a lot of students who are gifted students who feel that they're not being challenged enough in high school. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And so this is a great opportunity to get our gifted children into a college, program, or into at least 1 or 2 classes. Like, why not? It benefits them.
So you'll be happy to know, thankfully, outside of this policy, that is a lot of the very strategic work that's occurring with our counselors and Ms. Bieber around the dual enrollment. So more to come on that.
Good. So I'm going to use this moment to
Okay.
just kind of throw something else in there. I'm glad to hear that, because I've been talking about this for years. One of the challenges that I do know is going to come up, and I think it's important I'm sure you'll hear it as you begin this work, as you continue this work, is the fact that if a student is in high school, they're taking 1 or 2 classes at the high school and they want to do dual enrollment, face-to-face dual enrollment. Their challenge is getting to the college and taking, having the transportation. So either they get on the bus, and they leave school, get on a bus, public bus, and then they find their way there, or they're driving themselves. Let's look at the general student, the typical student whose parent works 9 to 5, parent can't come, pick them up, and take them to college. So there you have a student who's stuck, who feels that I really want to do this, but I can't. Face-to-face, not virtual. I've had this conversation with Dr. Moore. I'm like, this is a great opportunity for us to partner with local churches, right? Organizations that have little minivans. And at our 2 colleges, at our 2 high schools, set up like some kind of volunteer van system that can pick up the students at 11 o'clock in the morning and take some students to the college. And of course, getting home is up to them and the parent. Whatever that partnership would look like, I think that would be a great opportunity. The other thing that we could look into, which we haven't, when we're talking about buying buses, Dr. Moore, why not look into vans, at least 1 or 2 vans that could be used for this kind of transportation to help students. I mean, I'm not suggesting that we would have 50 kids, but, a van, a nice sized van, and that same van could be used to transport maybe a small bowling team to their practices or their games, or those smaller athletic teams that we were talking about just before that didn't have the opportunity to do that because of funding. That might be something else for you to kind of think about. Any ideas? Any thoughts? Just throwing it out there. I'm hoping someone will grab hold of it.
No, through the chair, I think Ms. Becerra and her team is doing a significant amount of work around dual enrollment this year, increasing access and opportunities to take, whether it's on our campus or at the actual site itself. So as we identify those concerns, we should be able to problem solve to provide the opportunity for students to get there. How that would be, we'd have to problem solve.
Okay, I have a comment about that.
Yes.
Because when I was a coach of a small team, and I was told to take the short bus. Remember those, the short buses? And so I drove the short bus for a while, and then the state of Florida said we're not allowed to use the short buses anymore because our insurance didn't cover it. So, and then I was told we couldn't rent a van and bring the kids because our insurance wouldn't cover it. So, yeah, I'm sorry?
15 passenger vans.
Oh, yes, my husband that was his company where we had the big 15-passenger van accident. It was terrible. So that's one of the things I think we need to look into is, yes, I agree, we don't need these big yellow buses going around with 6 golfers in it, but we also need to make sure kids are safe and we're following what our insurance is allowing us to do. So I would look into that too.
Ms. Berenborg?
Yes.
Years ago, Sebastian River High School had 2 vans specifically for athletics for our small teams. So again, I know we have to look at the liability issue, but we were covered at that time, so it might be something we could look at. So parents don't have to drive.
I know the 15-passenger vans are out.
Yeah.
Can't use those
Yeah, these
anymore.
were not, these are.
My next 2 policies go together, 2370 and 2370.01. These are revisions to align to the language in state statute around virtual instruction. And then the second part of that is essentially saying that if you are a student who is taking virtual instruction through a different provider, that you will test at your home school unless other agreements have been mutually agreed upon. Okay. My next one is 2423. This is merely a technical correction, and it's citing the additional Florida administrative codes in the back. My next policy is policy 2432. This is a revision to this policy, and what it really does is gives this board flexibility to work with the county tax collector to administer road tests in the event that they should ever want to do that. We currently do not use this, would not use this option. We currently receive the Dory Schlossberg grant, and we pay Treasure Coast Driving School for that, using that grant from the Indian River County Commissioners. Okay?
So I have a comment about that because my kids took driver's ed from Greg Aaron's.
Yes,
And-
Greg Aaron's is a legend around driver's ed.
And Coach Wilson.
Okay, we'll say that. Anyway.
Yes.
It was around the back of the year. They ran around the back of the school, and every once in a while, they talked him into going to McDonald's. Okay, so, have we talked to Carol Jean Jordan, though, about having the tax collector's office do this? Because I do know that when they do it over there, they schedule it. And I've heard from parents that it's not convenient for them and it's not fast enough.
We don't currently engage in this. This is merely to give us the flexibility should we decide, should the board decide if the grant funding dries up, that this is an
Okay.
additional option.
Okay.
And so it's just giving
It's a backup
flexibility.
system.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. Trying to be fiscally prudent. My next policy is 2520. This policy includes revisions to the reporting timeline and clerical revisions around the adoption of instructional materials. And it also includes the statutory amendments associated with House Bill 1285, 1361, and Senate Bill 7004. Any questions? Policy 2540 is rescinded. This is duplicated in other policies. This is regarding audiovisual aids, or the use of audiovisual. This in its entirety is rescinded. Policies 5410 and 5410.01 go together. It is correcting some typos in the policy. It is also requiring the school district to provide additional support for VPK students who show deficiencies. It also adds some retention language, and this is something that we've already started to include. The plan must include the reason for retention and communication with the parents for input regarding that retention, kindergarten through second grade.
I have a question.
Yes.
On section E of that policy, it says the course must be internet-based. Why is that?
Section E of that policy.
It's on that policy, towards the back, middle school grades promotion, page 5 of 7.
There we go. Well, the only correction is the course, it's correcting a typo. It did say much.
Yeah, but I know,
Okay,
but why
got it.
is it internet-based? It can't be a live training here. It has to be something that we purchase.
I believe this, I don't know the answer to that question. I will look it up to make sure, but it is aligned to Florida Statute 445.
I find that interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
Policy 5420 is also a technical correction, and it's changing the word of to after. Policies 5460 and 5465 are related, and this is essentially changing the language around from for a student who is opting to leave school enrollment and take their GED. This changes the language from underage waiver to a formal declaration. Both of those are updated around that language. Okay. Policy 6661. This requires us to prioritize remedial instruction resources for VPK through third grade for students who exhibit a substantial deficiency in reading, and it also adds math to this. This is something we already started to enact the wording of this at the beginning of this school year, actually last year, as this was coming out. So, okay. And my last policy for review is policy 9800. This is a pretty lengthy revision. It's a 24-page policy, but essentially the recommendations are to revise this policy based on the frequency of those revisions, the lack of flexibility for school boards to adopt policies related to charters, and that most of these areas and items are addressed either in statute, state board rules, or charter agreements. So the revisions that are made are essentially those that aim to identify the roles and responsibilities of our school board rather than a regurgitation of the state statute. So it condenses it and it aligns to the responsibilities of us.
Anyone on that one?
So those are the policies. They'll be sent to public hearing tonight with board approval. And now I turn it back to you, Madam Chair, for the items that are for discussion.
Okay, our first discussion item is for a review of board protocols. Dr. Jones, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, board members. I did put on your table a hard copy of our protocols. Ms. Rosario, Ms. Bearborg, and I were on the board when we developed these and also did our master board training. So obviously you have taken a look at these, and I would like to bring up some of the protocols. And then I think if we need to make changes, we need to do that for a separate time where we have a little bit more time. But one of the things that I think that's very, very important that I think we can improve on is making sure, and myself included, that we get our information to Dr. Moore 8 days ahead of time so the public can have 7 days ahead of time. You know, when we add an action item at the end that could be controversial, I don't think it's fair to our public that they don't know what's coming. And I think that's very important for us to be transparent. Robert's rules, obviously, the parliamentarian is our attorney. Ms. Berenborg runs the chair. And one thing, and I'll take fault for this when I was a chair, especially in workshops, because it seems a little bit more informal, everything should go through the chair, not the back and forth conversation. Again, those are in Robert's rules, and I have them marked off for a certain, what page it is, if anybody needs to look at that. One thing also, make sure that before a meeting, the chair and the superintendent knows that if you're adding an action item or making an amendment, I just think it's important so nobody is surprised. I think it's very, very important that we do that. So again, people in the audience know what we're doing, and it's not any kind of, here you go, I got you, we're going to do this. I think the most important thing, and this has come up a little bit, is to make sure that we always talk about the content, not the person, not attacking a member's motives or anything like that. When anybody brings up a discussion, anybody brings up an amendment, as a board, we should all listen to that and then, of course, make our decision if there's a vote. One other thing, it said, this is in chapter 43, verse 23, if you will, in Robert's rules, is making sure when we're on the dais, this is a professional group, that we not use first names. In fact, Robert's rules even says try to avoid names. So I think that's something we can all improve upon. Again, the workshop is a little bit more informal sometimes, and we want to go back and forth, but everything should go through the chair. I think that, again, I'm just going to talk about the Attorney General, Sunshine State Manual. It's 03-53, not bringing up items that could be controversial at the very end so our public doesn't even know what's coming down the pike. Now, if it's an emergency, I completely understand, but that would probably also go through the superintendent. But it's just something as far as respect, making sure people know what's happening, because when a board member pulls something or does something, I'm going to listen to what he or she says. What is it that's concerning you? What is it that, you think you can add a little bit to? And I just want to make sure with this new board that we have that respect as we move forward. Again, Dr. Pasca and Mr. Dyer were not members then, so if you did take a look at these and have any questions, you know, you could certainly let us know, or maybe we need a whole other, I hate saying that, Dr. Jacobs, a whole other meeting to look at it. But I think, and anybody can disagree with me, it comes down to active listening, and that is in the protocols, respect, and disagreeing with respect. And I just want to make sure that people take a look at those again and that we move forward. Dr. Moore, on the superintendents, I think the one I pulled out, again, I'm sorry I didn't share it with you, making, of course, we know our board members' role and authority. I don't have any question about that. Chairperson, vice chairperson, they have no extra power. We know that. The superintendent role, I think the key thing is the 8 days ahead unless it's an emergency. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. And the board meetings, the time frame 8 days ahead. Once a meeting is called to order, the agenda does belong to us. That's a given. But again, adding in a discussion item, adding that with an action item that could be controversial, we should hold on that. Of course, we all know school board members are expected to model appropriate behavior, including courtesy, active listening, and respect. You know, I'm looking forward to working with this board as we continue to do our best for our students in the public school system. So any input or discussion, or do we need another, it's kind of getting late, but do we need another one just separate for that? I'm open for that too.
Anybody want to comment?
Another one separate for what? For which one?
Just doing our protocols again as a new board.
Oh, I see, which is, I understand. Another meeting, you mean, to discuss the changes, possibly?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Shop, yeah.
I'll go ahead. I'll go next. I don't think we do. I do see one thing that does need to change. Let me go back to the 8 days. The 8 days in protocols is the reason why that wasn't honored is because it wasn't captured in our policy. But our last revision of this policy, which was in November, if you recall, it did pass. So it was captured in there. I made sure to put that in there 8 days in advance. So the policy does say 8 days that the board members may add items to the agenda at least 8 days prior. But just keep in mind, that will be Sunday. So if you're busy all week and you haven't had a chance to do it, you got to remember your Sundays are the days to get things to him, at least to get things on the agenda. with backup. That I think is important because sometimes board members want to add things on an agenda with no discussion or, you know, no description, no backup, nothing, just an item. And that doesn't help us to have a healthy conversation about whatever the item is, nor does it give board members the opportunity to prepare in advance, you know. So we have to make sure that we at least put a description, whatever that description is, and if you have any backup, to include the backup on there. The one thing that I do see that needs to be removed from here is on page 5. It is the second bullet under board chairperson. The school board chairperson has the authority to individually call special meetings of the board. That is not correct, when in fact, if you go to page 3, it says exactly what special meetings are required, and we all know special meetings are required. Any one of us can call a special meeting, anyone. It's not just the board chair, it is any one of us. If you want to call a special meeting, any one of us can call a special meeting, but the procedure is that the attorney would call each board member, and as long as the attorney can find, not she can find, but where 2 other board members are willing and able and want to have that special meeting, that would be your quorum, that would be your majority. Then you can have the special meeting. But it is not solely called only by the chairperson. The statute says that it is the superintendent, the board chair, or any of the board members. So that's how special meetings are called. So that bullet alone should be removed. I don't even know how that got on there. When again, page 3 very clearly says individual board members other than the school board chairperson may And that, this is also wrong too, may not call a special meeting without the support of at least 2 others. I think it's just worded differently. It says the same thing, but it's just worded differently, so, we do need 3 of us. But it's not 3 people who are calling, it's 1 person who has hey, I want a special meeting, and then we find 2 others
Right.
who are of support, who are in support.
I agree.
Yeah.
Dr. Jacobs,
So
could we-
that needs to change. That bullet needs to come out.
on page 5, bullet 2, right, Ms. Rosario?
Can I ask,
5, yeah. It's actually bullet 3 on that page, but
Can I
it's
ask-
bullet 2 under board chairperson.
can I ask the attorney to weigh in on that? Because I do know that that's been there for a long time. I've never called a special meeting, but I do know it's been there for a long time.
Yes, thank you to the chair. It's also reflected in your policy 0165 meetings. It says that special meetings may be called by the superintendent on the request of the chair of the school board or on the request of a school board member, in which instance you have the attorney call for the willingness and availability. So it can be called by the chair. So I would suggest keeping it in your protocol since it's in your policy.
No. No, I don't think no one is saying the chair doesn't have the right. The chair is a board member. This bullet indicates the school board chairperson has the authority to individually call a special meeting of the board. But that's not accurate because it's not just the school board chair. Every board member has that authority to call a special meeting.
So, through the chair, so the way that it's been written has been, both of those are true, that the superintendent can call a special meeting, that the chair can call a special meeting, and also that a member of the school board can call a special meeting using the procedure where
what I
they
said.
contact the board attorney.
That's
Can
exactly
I ask
what
a
I said.
question? Because I've always wondered that, why it's written like this. When a board member wants to call a special meeting and they're not the chair, they have to have you then ask if everybody can vote. The superintendent, does he have to do that? Does the board chair have to do that to call a special meeting? That's why I think it was separate, because I think there's different rules for different situations.
Through the chair, correct. So the superintendent and the chair do not have to do that, but if a board member wants to call a special meeting, they have to use the procedure where they contact the attorney and the attorney contacts other board members to assess their willingness and availability to hold a special meeting.
No,
That's what I thought.
no,
Thank you.
that's not true. That's
Well,
not true.
find it in the statute, please, and let all board members know so we know exactly what.
Well,
we
the
need to do.
statute is 1001.372, special sessions. When called by the district school superintendent or by the district school superintendent on a request of the chair or on request of a majority of the members of the district school board, provided that actions taken at the special meeting shall have the same force and effect as if taken at a regular meeting, and provided further that in the event the school superintendent, district school superintendent, should fail to call a special meeting when requested to do so, as prescribed herein, such a meeting may be called by the chair of the district school board or by a majority of the members of the district school board, given 2 days, and then there's some other little stuff there. The procedure and the protocol that you're referring to only happened because of what happened with Mrs. Berenborg and myself when we were first board members way back when. We, as a board, it was the previous 2 boards, not this one. If you recall, Mrs. Berenborg, when a special meeting was called, there was a huge confusion over who called it, which board member called it. It was blamed on the executive assistant at the time who made the phone calls to try to get the board members to attend the special meeting. And then the attorney didn't really know what was going on because the executive assistant was calling the meeting, and the executive assistant really didn't know legally what to say and what not to say to board members. So we were given different information when asked who was calling it. It was just crazy. And when we got to the dais, the board member who actually called it denied having called it. It was just crazy. As a result of that, to not do that again, when we, if you recall, I think, Dr. Jones, you might have remembered some of the conversation about it. When we created protocols, that situation came up. Like, we want to avoid that from happening. So we, at the time, the board at the time said, let's not have our executive assistant be in the middle and take that responsibility on her to call, because obviously we can't call each other. We as a board elected for our attorney, whomever our attorney would be, to make those phone calls on our behalf. So if I want to have a special meeting, I call up the attorney and I say, I want to have a special meeting on, eating pizza tomorrow. Please call the board members and see who is willing to have this meeting with me. That process, that protocol, that procedure was created by the board just to avoid putting our executive assistant in the middle.
That's true.
And so that there was clarity to our process, and transparency. It was safer for us to lean on our attorney for that. Not that that part of it was statutory or mandatory. So it doesn't have to go through you. We can change our protocol and say we want the superintendent to do it. But at that point, that's a little bit of the history. If you recall, that was the purpose of having the attorney make those phone calls to avoid any gossip and any, craziness.
Ms. Berenborg, when you have a minute. Sorry. So basically, any board member can request it, and you have to have 3 board members who show up.
Yes.
Correct. Boom.
Yes.
So we'll probably have to, Dr. Japes, can you look at that? That's the bottom line.
Yes.
Because we can't call each other, so I'd like to have a meeting. They call, 3 people can come, here it is. Obviously through the attorney.
So there's an extra step in there. We wrote these protocols very specifically to address the situation that Ms. Rosario has indicated. So it's a 2-step process, essentially. Number 1, the superintendent, the board chair, can call a special meeting. Or any board member can request to call a special meeting, but we have to then ask the other board members, are you willing to have a special meeting on this topic?
Correct.
So they say, are you willing to have a meeting? Here is the topic.
Right.
Then the next step, once you have 3, the majority of the board, so any other board members has the majority of the board that's willing to have that meeting, then we say, what date are we going to have the meeting on to ensure that we have a physical quorum at the meeting? So this is reflective fully of that conversation. It is reflective of how originally that policy was written, that it's the superintendent, the board chair can call a special meeting, or a board member with the support of 2 other board members. So you'll see that reflected tonight because that language was redacted, and when we put it in front of staff, it was very confusing of that 2-step process with that redacted language in it.
So I'm going to read the statute, the first paragraph, because it does need to be wordsmithed a little bit. It doesn't need to be removed, that part about the chair, not that I have called ever a special meeting, but it says regular and special meetings, 1001.372. The district school board shall hold not less than 1 regular meeting each month for the transaction of business according to a schedule arranged by the district school board, and shall convene in special sessions when called by the district school superintendent or on request of the chair of the district school board by the superintendent. So in other words, you need to add that the board chair requests the superintendent to call the meeting. They don't need 3 people to call the meeting, right? And then it says, or a request to the majority of the members. So it's either the superintendent that does it or the school board chair asks the superintendent to do it, or 3 members when they're polled, as for the special meeting. Those are the 3 situations for a special meeting. That's what this says. Correct? So what you have is correct. It just needs to be maybe wordsmith a little with request the superintendent.
Probably.
So
All
it's
right.
not the board chair calling the meeting, it's the board chair requesting superintendent to call the meeting.
Again, I just wanted to review a few of the points. I think overall, when we did this master board, we worked really, really hard. Doesn't mean we can't review or revise or whatever we need to do, but just appreciate you listening.
Any other comments? Mr. Dyer, you haven't spoken.
I was just going to say thank you for updating us on the protocols. I liked reading through them, and I think that they're very good. And I think that Dr. Jacobs' explanation of the process is what I understood the explanation of the process to be, and why I was confused by the striking of the majority needs to call a meeting. So, thank you, Dr. Jones.
Thank you.
Dr. Pascal, you want to speak?
I got nothing more to add. I mean, I think it's good that we spoke about them. I don't think we need to schedule another conversation about the protocols, but yeah, I think we're good, and they're pretty self-explanatory. You can give them a read, and
Thank you, Dr. Bosco.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, I just wanted to also bring you to, in that same statute, the last section, section 4, talks about a majority, a quorum. What's important here, and why I keep saying that even if the school board chair calls a meeting or requests for the superintendent to call a meeting, you still need a quorum. You still need 3, at least 3. So it doesn't really, it's not that, the chair can call a meeting and then you're still not required to seek at least 2 other board members who are available. You still have to seek 2 other board members who are available in order for there to be a quorum, in order for there to be the majority. A majority shall constitute a quorum for any meeting of the district school board. No business may be transacted at any meeting unless a quorum is present, except that a minority of the district school board may adjourn a meeting. So that part of it, when wordsmithing it, we have to make sure that even in that, there still should be a majority.
Even if the superintendent calls it?
Yes.
So it's a quorum is a quorum?
A quorum is a quorum is a quorum, exactly. So it's not like there's a quorum for one and then not the other needed. There has to be a quorum at least for all of it.
Yeah. Anybody else? Just thank you for bringing this back up, and just, no name calling. Let's be professional to each other and, respectful and civil and all those good things. And let's promote it for our kids to be able to see that as the leadership of the school district. All right, we are to Ms. Rosario's NAACP work group, 4B.
All right, let me get my... So I wanted to bring this up because let me get my group, sorry. Okay. I wanted to bring this up just to kind of get us on the same page, I guess, whatever you want to call it. The work group meetings, I'm very concerned about the work group meetings and that we haven't had any. We've had very little. This entire year, we've only had 3 meetings. The entire year. We had one March 7th, October 28th, and October 14th. And then we have one scheduled in December. That would be 4, if that doesn't get canceled. And that one got canceled and rescheduled 3 times. In 2023, there were 6 meetings. In 2022, only 1. So in total, there have only been 10 meetings in 3 years, so 10 meetings in 36 months. The concern is that this is not being taken seriously. And this is serious stuff. If we are supposed to be meeting on a monthly basis, why not? I know the district is willing. I know we're available. So there always seems to be a reason or an excuse, and I don't know how else, to have this conversation safely, but it is a conversation that the board needs to have. If there is a special meeting or an executive session that needs to be called, I'll leave that up to the attorney if that has to deal with strategy, because it is, dealing with litigation, but I'll leave that up to Ms. Shattuck to give us that advice. But this is not good. I've mentioned this for a few months now. There's no reason and no need for us not to be meeting. And then we wonder and we question why we are not at unitary status yet. Why are we not any closer? Well, we're not any closer because we're not meeting at the level that we should be. So that's why I put it on the agenda. Dr. Moore, I don't know if you want to speak or should we?
No, through the chair, I mean, it takes two sides to cancel a meeting in most scenarios. So over the last 3 years, just because there's not a meeting doesn't mean there hasn't been a significant amount of work in the creation of all of the KPIs that have been created, a significant amount of work done between the attorneys. So there have been meetings that we have canceled, that I have canceled, and there have been meetings that they have canceled. So at the end of the day, it is an absolute priority. And the work of this system, the staff that is here, the principals, we have been pushing extremely, extremely hard to move that work forward. We are scheduled. It could lead, I mean, this is a legal case, so maybe scheduling a strategy session regarding pending litigation would be the most appropriate thing. So the board can fully engage in a conversation.
Anybody else? Dr. Pasco?
Yeah, when I heard we weren't meeting within the court-appointed time interval of once a month, I was surprised. And then obviously through looking at it, the idea that in a year they met once, it's hard to have the perception that this issue is really trying to be resolved in good faith by all parties, because if you only meet once and the judge said you have to meet every month, in a whole year you got together once, and then the next year you said there were 6 meetings, I think, and then this year it'll be 3 or 4 maybe. It's hard for me to really have the perception that this is being done in good faith by all parties. And, if the judge ordered that they have to meet once a month, it needs to happen once a month. And I just, I think moving forward, there should be no, there's 30 days in a month, so find a day that works. If you have to do it remote, it's remote. I don't believe that you can't find a day. I just don't believe it.
Anyone else? Yes, Doc?
I don't have my calendar in front of me, so I'm assuming that all those dates were correct. I do know we met one Saturday, which was comprised of 4 meetings, because we do 2-hour meetings. It was an 8-hour day. And I think people are working very hard on the key performance indicators, and just have to keep pushing on.
Mr. Dyer?
Yeah, I'd just say that, like Dr. Pasca, I was surprised that we hadn't met the way we should have met. I also was surprised this has been going on for 60 years. This is a topic that is very important to me, but I come at it from the literacy side. And the literacy is that, you know, we have kids that can't read, and as we know, what that does for you in life. And I think that we have failed generation after generation of kids in this community and in this country by not having kids be able to read at third grade level in third grade. So I think this is a symptom of the problem that we're willing to let kids fail. I believe every kid can achieve. I believe that everyone can be successful, and this is a very important topic to me for African American kids, for Hispanic kids, for all kids. And I think we need to do better.
Well, having been an educator and close to, you know, the Gifford community, I taught in Dodgertown, have a lot of kids that I taught in Gifford. My kids went there. I care deeply about that community and those kids in that school. You know, we need to resolve this, excuse me, not just check boxes, but resolve it as in looking at some big problems like you just mentioned, like preschool. You know, if we're really going to attack this and do it, why aren't we looking at all those kids that are missing the boat in third grade, tracking back to see, did they attend a preschool? Did they attend a Head Start? What did they attend? If they didn't attend, why not provide that, get that opportunity, track that? So we need to track kids from birth to 5. What are they doing? Because I think, you know, that's when early literacy starts, the phonemes. They're so important when they learn those when they're toddlers. And they're already going to be behind if they're not getting their phonemes and their diphthongs and all the things that they need to learn by the time that they're learning all the vocabulary they have to learn. So it's extremely important. My question is, do you document, you know, your monthly meetings, what dates they are, and how they got canceled? Because I think the judge is going to ask for that.
The judge didn't require us to meet
I
every
didn't think
month.
so, not every month.
It was an agreement between the two parties.
Okay.
And if the two parties agree to cancel the meeting, the judge isn't going to have any issues with it.
Okay, so what did the judge ask for when she asked for the
The
work?
judge approved the
Joint plan.
the joint committee,
Mhm.
which said that we agreed to meet monthly. And there have been scenarios in which we have not been able to meet monthly. That's absolutely 100% correct. And it's not one side more than the other. So to say that it is the fault of the NAACP would be misleading. To say it's the fault of the school district would be misleading. So to force a concern that you're not meeting monthly when the two parties have agreed historically not to meet. As an example, hey, because the scheduling of all of the different people was so complex, hey, let's meet on a Saturday and let's do it all day long. And that was a 6, 7, 8-hour meeting. We were able to knock a whole bunch out. But I can provide the board the dates. I'm sure what Ms. Rosario said is accurate. I don't know why it wouldn't be. The dates in which they've met. I think we have scheduled meetings moving forward. So we did have one last month, and we do have one scheduled the 18th or 19th of this month.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Yes,
Ms.
Doc?
Rosario.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
The makeup from the court on the work group very clearly states frequency of meetings. The work group will convene once a month until the agreement by the parties to the litigation to shift the responsibility to monitor compliance with the joint plan from the previously established equity committee to the IRC NAACP within 30 days of written notice, joint agreement, and then if there's a joint agreement. So you just said that the court didn't establish a monthly meeting, and it was just an agreement. That's not true.
That is the agreement that the attorneys put together and presented collectively to the judge. So it was an agreement
Okay.
between the two parties.
Okay,
So what
but
I was
it's
saying
still-
was, I have the floor, what I was saying was it was agreement between the two parties, not a requirement of the court. So
But
we
what-
agreed to the court that we would meet monthly. And have we met monthly? No. But it's not a court requirement that you are meeting. It was collectively agreed upon.
But when you collectively agree and you submit it to the court, it is then filed as an agreement. So the agreement still filed in the court is to meet once a month.
Correct.
Okay.
Just a couple of things.
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Moore does a really good job of updating us on our data, and if you remember the last one, a couple months ago, it still looked at our black students at being behind from anywhere from 15 to 25 points in your language arts and math. So these key performance indicators are essential. And what Mr. Dyer said earlier, getting them into a good preschool so they're ready for kindergarten. So I still think there are things we can do, and I still think if we have collaboration, we can do it, because our key performance indicators in each of the components of the joint plan, I think have been pretty solid. And, I open gift for middle school, very, very close to the community. And I know they want the same thing we want, so somehow we've got to get there.
And for those who have been on the board, and a few of you have, and those of you who have grown up in the community, 60 years, I can go back 5 years. I'm starting to say 6 now. The absolute debacle as to where this was 6 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of absolute no trust, a agreement that was in place that wasn't supported or was heavy-handed, to say it the easiest way, and an agreement that required partnership and trust.
Correct.
The shifting to the work group was bold, happened through mediation, and it took a step back. In taking a step back, the goal was to create these KPIs. And if you want to have some fun, go watch a equity meeting where the plan that was agreed upon, there was no criteria on how it was going to be evaluated. So it called everything into question. And that's the way it was designed. How do I know this is true? Just watch one. It was a mess. So we collectively said we need to go to mediation to fix this. And that was the amount of time Dr. Shafty, Mr. Seymour, in the creation of what that would look like, significant. Those KPIs, even though they haven't met every single month, establish the criteria to evaluate our progress. At our last meeting, for the very first time in 6 years, we actually were able to present the progress within the mentoring section.
Right.
So there's been a significant amount of back and forth and exchanging of what the KPI is to level the playing field, to get to the point where we can say yes. So let me say it again. I believe the school district in each of those sections has established a school district that is a one school system, unified. The 2018 joint plan, the way we obtain unitary status, which is extremely unique. I haven't seen another situation like this anywhere in any of the cases. Most of them go through the Department of Justice. This was given to the local NAACP, is that we have to come to agreement on the progress that's been made.
Right.
That is hard and complex, and the goal has been to establish trust. The KPIs makes it very specific as to what we're looking at, and we are now at a point where we're presenting the information within each of those specific categories. So 60 years, way too long. 6 years that I've been here, way too long. But the rate of progress in terms of academic performance, behaviors, I'll put our black students up against anybody else in terms of their rate of improvement. That speaks for itself.
Yes, go ahead.
And just to concur with what Dr. Moore just said, the meetings weren't the only time, obviously, our group got together. We would meet to plan for the meeting. We would meet to look at the key performance indicators. We would meet to look at, what kind of advancement our students are doing. And what I like about what's been happening is that we don't want to just say stamp unitary status. We want to achieve it. And I think that's important when we look at all the categories and everything within the 2018 joint plan. Board in 17 or 18, I think, they declared partial unitary status in 3 areas and cost us a whole bunch of money to do that. And after talking with Mr. Brown about that, he said, if you just talk to us, we could say, yeah, you have it in facility, support staff, and administrators. So I still think we're on the right road with the key performance indicators, so we have the data.
Anyone else?
Yeah, so I agree with you, Dr. Moore, and I agree that a lot of work has been done thus far. However, a lot more could be done if we weren't not meeting. If we were meeting, we could get more accomplished quicker. This is just prolonging the inevitable. We agreed to meet once a month. That's the gist. We agreed to meet once a month. We're not meeting once a month. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Ms. Shattuck, is this something that we should meet to further have the conversation? Is this strategy, or is this good where we are right now?
Yes, so thank you through the chair. I'm certainly going to bring this discussion to Mr. Matt Carson, who's the attorney who's been handling the case, to see if we can get those meetings to occur regularly, monthly. And I'll also discuss with him the possibility of, a litigation session, which allows the board to meet with the attorney and have a closed session to discuss litigation strategy. So I'll definitely be following up with him.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. We are on 4C, which is the Indian River Education Fund. Ms. Rosario.
I thought we did that.
We did that already.
Okay, well, she had it as an item
Okay,
too.
I know.
Okay, and then we're to D then, School Board Attorney RFP process.
Yeah, let me pull that one up. Okay, so board members, if you recall, some months ago, this was a discussion for us, and the agreement was if nothing had been done thus far, we would bring the RFP process to us for a vote in the December meeting. That's what is the item that is on the agenda for this evening, and that's where we are. So I put it on the workshop if there was any other discussion that you wanted to have for it, but this isn't new. We've had this discussion before. If we were to move forward with the RFP process, and let's say, for example, the firm, and I'm going to defer to Dr. Moore to continue what I'm saying or to correct it, but if, let's just say that the firm contacts us and says, we have an alternative, or we have another way or another route that we can go, then we wouldn't need to go through the RFP process at that point. But right now, this is what we agreed to. So, Dr. Moore, do you have any updates, or do you have anything that you wanted to share with us?
Through the chair, I am expecting to have an update 16 seconds ago. I do have a call with the lead managing partner to get information. I have been in constant conversation over the last several weeks. I've also met with Amy Envol, who was sat in with us and helped us through a case that we had a few months back. So I am hoping to have the issue resolved this evening. I do not want to go through an RFP. I think that is just not the time to do it or the need to do it. So I'm hoping to avoid that and provide the highest level of services from a legal standpoint to this board.
Thank you.
But I'll provide communication to the board.
So, board members, I mean, that being said, barring any other kind of information, that's the item that's on this evening's agenda. But of course, if we hear anything before this evening's agenda, I'd be happy to pull that item, so we don't even have to then address it.
Okay. So I have one other comment, and that is that legislature is starting up, and so you'll be getting updates on legislation that's concerning school boards soon. And the way I'm going to do it, since I'm legislative chair for the state, is all the updates from the legislative updates, I kind of contract or pay attention to all of them and write up a bunch of stuff. I'm going to do that with Danielle Thomas at FSBA, and then we're going to send it out to all of the districts, and I'll just make sure that Ms. Morey also makes sure that you get it, so that you're aware of what's happening with school boards. And then you'll hear some updates about some of the bills and where we think they're going to be going and heading. And there'll be opportunities, and I'm going to say this. We have a day in the legislature on March 19th in Tallahassee. I feel like all of you can go to that and come, and we can speak to our legislators as a board, because it's something that's already on our topic, it's something we already voted on. So if you would like to do that, and when I set up times to meet with our legislators, if you want to come as a board, a lot of boards do that, and it's very powerful, where they all go and speak to the legislators together. So if you'd like to do that, then we can have her set that up, and we can all go and speak on behalf of some of our priorities, which I think, we have a couple that are really important that are pending, that I think it's a good voice to have a united front. So I'd invite you all to Day in the Legislature if you want to go to that, and it's in Tallahassee that day. So just see Ms. Morey about it. I'll get the information to her. All right, with that being said, it is 4:03. I'm going to adjourn this workshop.